over to the to the gymnasium, and they'll have a setup over there. So there's no need to stand. So if you need to go over there and like to go over there. I have a request for those sitting in the front seat, if you are presenting or anything, if you can move over to this side and leave us about 5 chairs available, because we want whoever's, we don't know how many, but they can sit at least in those 5 chairs. We'd appreciate it. Uh-huh. Thank you. Once again, if you can't find a seat in here, don't try to sit out there. You're welcome. No, no, it's another one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, after presentation or. Last time, I'm just to make the suggestion for those that are standing, you're welcome to go to the gym unless you just want to see our faces. We're not that pretty. But if you want to, well, they are, I'm not, okay. I know you don't want to see me, that's for sure. But just in case, those standing in the back, if you don't want to stand the whole time, you're welcome to go to the gym. And they will be having recordings and things in that over there. The IT is set up. They do a great job here, okay? Okay. Okay. How you doing, Sylvia? One of the reasons, and I think a staff will help you, is that we want for fire safety reasons. That's one of the reasons we didn't want people standing by the exit. So if it's at all possible and you can't squeeze in the seat there, please go over to the gymnasium. We promise. If we hear you, we'll take you on. But if you have a blue sheet that's filled out, please bring it now if it's completed. Okay? It's an unusual size meeting, so we're taking it a little bit long. Okay. Okay. It's not too bad. It's only 7 minutes. Staff, are we ready? Okay. Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting, December 17, 2025. As we get closer to the holidays, it's the last meeting of the year. And so we appreciate your attendance tonight. We're probably going to move things a little bit differently tonight because we want to give everybody a chance to speak who's able to. And so I'm going to go through a little bit different order tonight, and I'll go through each stage as we get to each section, okay? The normal business will be starting with the call to order, the roll call, pledge of allegiance, and presentation, and then we're going to change a few things from there, just to let you know, okay? So we're going to start with a roll call by our commission secretary.
Commissioner Lopez,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Here.
Commissioner Menez,
Here.
Vice Chair Shively,
Present.
Chair Hammond.
Here.
Thank
Thank
you.
you very much. We have a pledge of allegiance to be led by Commissioner Lopez.
Please stand for the pledge.
Make sure no one's blocking the exits, right? Okay. No one wants to leave here. Okay. We're going on to item 4 with presentation. I don't believe there's a presentation. So we move on to item, actually before consent calendar, we're going to move a few things around. We're going to have general public comment at this point. So if there's anyone public comment not on a specific agenda item is welcome to come forward at this time for public comment. I think she has one name. Okay.
Franco Pacheco.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Franco Pacheco. I would like to ask a question of the Commission. I sent an email earlier this week with some visual aids for my other public comment later tonight, and I'm asking permission if we can use the projectors for the residents, if we can do that.
Okay, I'm not sure what you're referring to, any meeting or
For today's meeting.
I'll leave it to
It's listed in the email, and at the city council meetings, I was told we can get permission from the chair, and if they allow it, we can do it.
Yeah, I'm not sure the technical aspects, so I'm going to leave it with them real quick.
We don't allow members of the public to give like PowerPoint presentations when they're.
It's just the PDF pictures that are in the email that I sent earlier this week. That's all it is.
Yes, printouts, you can pass them around, but we're not going to display on the screen.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
okay. Thank you very much. Anyone else for a general public comment that's not related to any of these items on the agenda? I don't know if they can hear me at the gym. I'm not sure if they can, so I haven't heard anything. Okay. As we know you, but state your full name.
Planning Commission, hi. It's a pleasure to be here tonight with you once again. Lupe Gomez, a resident of the city of Paris. I wanted to take the opportunity to express that I think the Planning Commission should consider talking about marketing practices of the developers that come to you and present to you about developments that are being proposed to the city, especially those targeting the residents, and very much focus on text messaging, social media, mail, in regards to what they're proposing, what they're marketing online, and what is actually being proposed, so that there is a sense of ethical marketing towards our residents here in the city of Paris. I will touch this a little later on an example that's coming up today. However, I really think that the Planning Commission should consider, and if it's not a Planning Commission issue or something that you can talk on, then it can be forwarded to the City Council. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Duly noted for staff. Okay. Anyone else? Okay. This is general comment, not about this. Okay. Just state your full name since we don't have I don't think we have a blue sheet. So.
Everybody hear me?
Yeah. State your full name for us and spell your last name.
Yes, sir. My full name is J.C. Franco, and I am a resident of Paris. And I'm going to read a little excerpt out of the IE, the Inland Empire Community News. It's an article that was published within the last 16 months. Ana Carlos is a school teacher, mother, and homeowner. She's lived in Bloomington for 12 years. Carlos is also one of the co-founders of Concerned Neighbors of Bloomington, a local group who advocates for environmental justice. Carlos says since Howard received, Howard meaning Howard Industrial Partners, received approval from the county to build 213-acre Bloomington project in 2022, people working for him have attempted to divide and intimidate residents into moving out and selling the land so workers could begin construction. I'm quoting here. For years now, neighbors have said that these real estate people and people who work for Howard would come and say, well, you're the only one holding this project back. You're the only neighbor that hasn't sold, and imagine how your neighbors are going to feel when they find out that you're the one holding this project back, unquote. Carlos and Concerned Neighbors of Bloomington started sorting through campaign finance forms, school board members, in an attempt to see if the dots were connected. I think this is an exemplary example to look at, not as a cautionary tale necessarily, but as evidence for what we need to do to protect ourselves as residents and as a city, for everybody here, and to ensure that this doesn't happen to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else for the general public comment? I can't hear if they're over there, so I don't know at the gym. So. Okay. We close the general public comment portion of it and move on to the consent calendar item. Number 5, approval of Planning Commission minutes, December 3rd, 2025 meeting. Any corrections, deletions, spelling changes?
Yeah, I only have some corrections on it. There's some misspellings of last names throughout the document. If you can just review it, make those corrections, and then we move forward.
Okay. Nothing? Nothing? Okay. I guess, Sylvia, you got that right. Okay. So I'm not sure what, the whole thing or just a certain page or just the whole throughout? Okay.
One or two.
Okay. Okay, at least that's minor. Okay, at this time, we open it up for public comment on the consent calendar, and only on the consent calendar. If anyone in the public would like to, for public comment on the consent calendar is welcome to come forward now to the rostrum. Seeing none, we close the public comment and move for a motion with the corrections as duly noted.
I'll make a motion.
Moved by Commissioner Isaac,
I'll second.
and second by Jillian Menez.
Commissioner Lopez,
Yes.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner Menez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 5-0, this motion is approved.
Thank you very much. At this time, we move on to public hearing items. And I'm going to ask first if there are expired trade communications, any site visits, or any ad hoc committee meetings that you want to disclose at this time.
Yes, I authored a paper pertaining to this project prior to my seat on the Planning Commission, so I will be recusing myself for this one.
Thank you. It's been duly noted. Okay.
I have attended some ad hoc meetings with the applicant, as well as I know the area fairly well and drive past it many times. And
I attended multiple ad hoc committee meetings for this project.
I also attended several ad hocs, and I drive by the site daily, at least once or twice, drive there to get here for our meetings as well. So I am very familiar with the site.
Yes, I've driven by it probably for the last 23 years, so I'm pretty familiar with this site, I can tell you. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. At this time, and it's the only time I'm going to read this for the record, so it's a little long reading. I'm not going to reread this, but I just have to put it on the record. So I'm going to read the general plan amendment, I'm going to read the requested action, and then we'll move on from there. Huh? Is he here? Oh, I don't see. Okay, I didn't see him. Okay. Yeah, before I get started, there's an interpretation service, and I think I'm looking for the. He's in there. Okay, he's in there. So if you need it, you can just raise your hand and just make us know. And if you need an interpreter, just let us know, and we'll be happy to accommodate you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Okay. Hold on. I have to do this. Item 6A, General Plan Amendment 24-05175. Specific Plan Amendment 22-05250, 05250. There's also Zone Change 24-05176. Development Agreement Amendment 17-05136. Tentative Parcel Maps 22-0521, 38810, and 24-05198, TPM 38811. Conditional Use Permits 22-05005 and 23-05235. Development Plan Reviews 22-05239, 22-05235, 22-00023, 22-00024, 22-00025, 23-00018, 24-00008, and 24-00009. Proposal to comprehensively update the Harvest Landing specific plan to be developed in 2 phases, with phase 1 consisting of a 428,507 square foot regional commercial shopping center on 46.49 acres and 1,727,579 square feet of industrial and 7 buildings, and phase 2 for industrial developments up 4,007,955 square feet. Since notification of the project, developer is supportive of staff recommended alternative 4 to remove all allowances for industrial warehouse and distribution uses, but retain residential land use to accommodate up to 615 residential dwelling units. the regional shopping center, and the 391,725 square foot parcel hub facility on 70 acres for last mile delivery of goods to customers, consisting of the following applications. Number one, general plan amendment to change the land use destination of 16.2 acres north of Orange Avenue from light industrial and public to specific plan. Number two, specific plan amendment to comprehensively amend the Harvest Landing specific plan and extend the specific plan boundaries by 16.2 acres north of Orange Avenue. Number three, a zone change to rezone 5.54 acres in the northerly area of the project site from light industrial, A1, to agriculture to multiple business use, MBU, and to apply the MBU overlay to 10.66 acres currently developed with the Valverde Elementary School. Before development agreement amendment for specific project improvements, community benefits, tentative parcel maps to create parcels for the commercial and parcel hub facility and consolidate parcels for future development. Conditional use permits to allow 2 drive-through restaurants and a vehicle fueling station. And number 7, development plan reviews for site plans, building elevations for the commercial shopping center and the parcel hub facility. The applicant, HIP Southern California Properties, LLC. Requested action. I promise you this, only one time reading this. Adopt Resolution 25-30, recommending that the City Council certify the environmental impact report. Final EIR for the Harvest Landing Retail Center and Business Park, and identify alternative 4 as the preferred development option, and adopt a mitigation monitoring and reporting program of findings of fact, and statement of overriding considerations, and adopt Resolution 25-31, approving the comprehensive amendment to the Harvest Landing specific plan and related development applications for alternative 4 project, including general plan amendment 24-05175, specific plan amendment 22-05250, zone change 24-05176, development agreement amendment 17-05136, tentative parcel maps 22-05251 and 24-05198. Conditional use permits 22-05005 and 23-05235. And development plan reviews 22-05239 and 23-00018 to facilitate development of a commercial shopping center on 46.49 acres and a parcel hub facility on 70 acres based on the findings contained herein and subject to the conditions of approval. And thank goodness I don't have to read that again. At this time, we're going to have the applicant bring forward a presentation, and I'm sure they do, and to come forward.
Mr. Chair, if I can, Mr. Chair, staff has a presentation for this project.
Yeah, staff first, okay. I changed things around, that's what I get for changing things around. The usual, go back to the usual. Staff report first, and then the applicant. Yeah.
And I would like to introduce Albert Armijo, who's going to be the project planner who's going to be presenting.
Good evening, Chair and Commission. The first slide, good, I did the right button. The first slide provides a brief background of the Harvest Landing project. As you can see, the existing, the existing specific plan envisions 1,860 dwelling units, a little over 8.5 acres of commercial, and almost 44 acres of recreational open space, comprised of the sports park, community. This way? Oh, I'm sorry. Comprised of a sports park, community rec center, Harvest Lake Park, and paseos. And there were 3 ad hoc committee meetings about this project, stretching into spring of this year. The general comments are noted on the slide. There's a desire of the ad hoc committee for healthcare resources for separation of truck and passenger vehicle traffic where we can, public artwork. There are questions about the status, the potential future status of Valverde Elementary School. Also about compatibility between on-site, non-residential, and off-site, excuse me, residential uses. The next slide depicts the location aerial map. The project site stretches generally southerly from, excuse me, I'm sorry, Placentia Avenue to Nuevo, it's the far south boundary, and eastward from Frontage Road and the I-215 to Paris Boulevard. The Valverde Elementary School is highlighted in red, dashed in the northern portion of the site. The next slide presents a site photo of a view looking south from Indian Avenue toward the site. The next slide presents a view looking northeast across the site from Frontage Road. Now, this slide quickly, depicts the existing land use map and the existing zoning map. As you can see in the graphic to your right, the darkened area is the existing zoning of specific plan. Now, this slide, oh, I'm sorry, the March Air Board, March Air Board airport land use map is depicted here. I was skipping a slide here. It shows that the project site is located within Zone C2, which places a restriction on residential development. The next slide indicates that the developer supports Alternative 4, which was read by the chair. The original project, again, is over 428,000 square feet of regional commercial shopping center on almost 47 acres, 1.7 million square feet of industrial use on buildings and multiple business use in buildings, and Phase 2 development, which is north of Orange Avenue. Phase 1 occupies the area south of Orange Avenue. Also would accommodate up to more than 4 million square feet of multiple business uses. That's the graphic to your left. The graphic to your right indicates or depicts Alternative 4. Since the notification of the project, the developer is supportive of the staff recommended alternative. It would remove all allowances for industrial warehouses and distribution uses. That is, removal of all industrial warehouse and distribution allowances, but will retain residential land use in the multicolored areas within Phase 2 that could accommodate up to 615 residential units. It also would, the regional shopping center would remain on nearly 47 acres, and the parcel hub facility would remain to the west of the site within Phase 1 on 70 acres. That would be for late mile delivery of goods to customers, no warehouses. Those late, generally the last mile delivery are via small vans. The next slide, there we go, shows the Alternative 4 site plan the staff recommends. Now remember, Phase 1 is south of Orange Avenue. Phase 2 north of Orange Avenue. Phase 1 would provide, again, for the parcel hub for last mile delivery of goods, the commercial center, and the water quality management plan. It's almost 13 acres in size and is really between the MBU or multiple business use area and the commercial center. Phase 2, multiple business use, also on a little over 50 acres, including the 10.66 acres that are now occupied by Valverde Elementary School, which is noted in kind of grayish color on the slide. Also, the Harvest Landing Sports Park is noted in green on here in addition to the residential. The next slide presents the commercial component of Alternative 4 within Phase 1 south of Orange Avenue. North, the street roughly bisecting the site, 40% of it anyway, is Harvest Landing Way. The area to the right of that on your graphic, it depicts the WQMP area. It also depicts a large multi-tenant building area in the commercial site portion of the site. There's also a corner plaza with seating features, water feature, public artwork opportunity also. at the corner of Orange and Paris Boulevard, Orange Avenue and Paris Boulevard. There are 2 drive-throughs and 1 retail building on that portion of the commercial that's north of Harvest, Harvest Landing Way. South of Harvest Landing Way is a big box retail store and a 12-pump fueling station associated with it. Also 2 retail and commercial pads that you see adjacent to the entryway and Paris Boulevard. This slide depicts the Major A, as you can see in red on the key map right there, the largest building in the multi-tenant building. The colors are, as you see. This slide shows the stores to the north of that, noted in red in your key. And this slide continues depicting the tenant stores all the way to Paris Boulevard within that building. This is a rendering of the commercial center that's proposed, depicting the stores, obviously, and this is a second rendering of that from the entryway on North Paris Boulevard into Harvest Landing Way. This graphic depicts the commercial corner plaza that I noted before at Orange and Paris Boulevard, Orange Avenue and Paris Boulevard. It's intended to be, in particular, a gathering area for visitors to the site. There are several commercial retail uses that could be go in here. There's seating, a water feature, enhanced landscaping, and enhanced pavement. Also an opportunity for public art at that corner. This is a rendering of that corner plaza. You can see this is another rendering from the corner out toward the northerly commercial portion of the site. This next slide depicts building elevations for the big box retail. That's again the large building on the southerly portion of the commercial area. This is another rendering of the big box retail. The WQMP area that I mentioned is almost 13 acres and is noted in dashed red outline on the key map on the graphic. This area would serve as water quality management. It'll also have a pedestrian walking path roughly around the perimeter of the site, and it would be maintained by the commercial developer. The Parcel Hub facility is depicted on here on this graphic. The location again is shown within the red boundary. This is the within phase 1 again, as we've seen before, for last mile delivery services. It is not, I should stress again, it is not a warehouse. This depicts a site plan of the Parcel Hub facility. You can see the structure outlined along with the parking areas, 391,000 plus square feet, 391,725 square feet. I should mention that the setbacks, parking, and landscaping meet city requirements and are noted in the specific plan document. This slide depicts building elevations of the Parcel Hub facility. A rendering of the Parcel Hub facility looking toward the southeast from the corner of Barrett and Orange Avenue. You can see this landscaping that blocks a lot of the vision, the visibility of this area. Now, this is phase 2 of the alternative, which is that, again, that portion north of Orange Avenue, outlined in red, red dashed here. A little over 51 acres. No development is proposed at this time in phase 2. It's comprised of, it's reserved, for future multiple business use, residential, and the Harvest Landing sports park uses. And the dark blue is the location noted of Valverde Elementary School, the 10.66 acres. This slide presents the text of the SB 330 housing element compliance. In compliance with Senate Bill 330, the project will retain the underlying residential land use designations as permitted uses in the specific plan. Also, the Harvest Landing specific plan site is identified in the City of Paris housing element as contributing 1,287 units toward the city's regional housing needs assessment, or RHNA. The proposed specific plan amendment would continue to accommodate units north of Orange Avenue, that is in Phase 2, in the multicolored area, and also utilize the city's RHNA surplus as needed. Therefore, the project would maintain consistency with the housing element of the city general plan. This slide focuses to the development agreement. As you can see, the listing community benefits of them, and I'd like to note all the community benefits that are noted here, just record. The development agreement has a 10-year life, provides below, the applicant would provide, applicant would provide below market rate rent to attract top-tier retail tenants at an approximate value of $24 million. Requirement is to construct 5 public art installations in coordination with the Historical Society and City at an estimated value of $2.5 million. Park features around the WQMP would be required in the detention basin, including, I showed you that graphic, but pedestrian trails, exercise equipment, public art, pedestrian walkways, and community gathering areas at an estimated value of up to $9 million. Concurrently with construction of the commercial center with a parcel hub, and at least 3 tenants shall be open and operational with the occupancy of the parcel hub. Construction of a 1-acre Harvest Landing Sport, it should be larger, 12 acres? 16, I'm sorry, thank you. 16 acres. Harvest Landing Sports Park is part of Phase 2. Also, there's an offer to relocate the site for the Valverde Elementary School. That's shown on your graphic. It's dashed red in the upper right corner. As you can see, a potential relocation site. There's also a requirement to coordinate a job fair for residents to gain employment from the project. This is also a requirement to maintain a lifetime partnership with the city regarding the Christmas toy drive. Now, the environmental determination for the project, a notice of availability for the EIR was sent to property owners and tenants within 1,000 feet of the perimeter of the property. Normally, the requirement's 300 feet, but we went out to 1,000, or the developer went out to 1,000. The EIR analyses, just shortly, really determined that only project impacts that are significant and unavoidable pertain to 4 topics within 4 areas, or subtopics within 4 topical areas: air quality, greenhouse gas, noise, and transportation. All the other impacts were either less than significant or could be mitigated to a less than significant level. Now, because they're significant and unavoidable impacts, should the city decide to certify that in EIR, there would need to be an adoption of a statement of overriding considerations would be required to approve the project. So we should note, too, that since the issuance of the staff report last Friday, planning staff has received well over 150 emails in support of the project and 5 in opposition. The comments in opposition do not raise any additional environmental concerns that haven't already been addressed in the EIR. So staff's recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2530, which would recommend that the City Council certify the EIR for the Harvest Landing project and identify Alternative 4 as a preferred development option, and adopt the Mitigation and Monitoring Program Statement of Overriding Considerations and Findings of Fact. We have a second portion, or part of the recommendation is that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution 2531, which would approve the comprehensive amendment to the Harvest Landing specific plan and the related development applications for Alternative 4 project, which the chair read: general plan amendment, specific plan amendment, zone change, development plan agreement amendment, tentative parcel maps, conditional use permits, and development plan reviews. which would facilitate development of the commercial center of those development plan reviews in 70 years, based on the findings contained herein and subject to the conditions of approval. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, sir. If there are any other staff would like to give a presentation or add to this?
Just real quickly, should be some additional letters in support and in opposition that was submitted today, so that should be on your dais.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant also has a presentation.
Yeah, I was going to read into the record. I think you already mentioned it. We had a memorandum stating comment letters pertaining to Harvest Landing Plan, item 6A. So there were subsequent to the staff report attachment to city website. As he stated, 150 emails and letters to support the projects and 7 letters and emails in opposition. So that's just for the record, dated September 17th, 2025. And we have a letter in opposition. We'll go into the specifics, but from Franco, Inland Valley Alliance, and sent to Albert Armijo. And there's a lot of stuff here, so I'm not going to read everything, but there are letters in support as well that we received, dated December 16, 2025. A letter from EPD Solutions Incorporation to Albert Armijo, and also Green Jobs and Clean Communities. That was all submitted 15th of December. And EPD Solutions, December 17, 2025. And Adams, Broadwell, Joseph, and Cardozo, attorneys at law, was also submitted. So we do have these on file. I believe the city has these as well. So everyone has a record. I'm just doing it publicly, so you know there's no backroom deals or anything. Okay. I think that was it. I think that's all I have up here. And at this time, if the applicant, I think I'm right this time, right? Applicant has a presentation, please come forward and state your name and spell your last name for us. And I'm going to step out real quick. I'll be right back.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name's Tim Howard. Last name is spelled Howard. Albert, thanks for the technical presentation. I'm going to follow on here and kind of personify this and give you a perhaps a more human, less technical perspective. So again, thank you all. Shall I wait for the chairman, or do we don't listen to him?
We can
Okay.
proceed because we have a quorum.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Again, this is a presentation that we prepared to give it a more humanized flair and less technical. I'm going to speak to 5 themes that revolve around the Harvest Landing project this evening, and then do a brief summary. This project represents a collaborative effort that dates back 6 years. We have been engaged with the community since for the last 6 years. As part of that outreach and collaboration, we've listened to many different stakeholders. Most recently, the City Council passed their moratorium, putting a stop to warehouses. We embrace that move by council and have withdrawn any kind of warehouse facility from Harvest Landing. As previously mentioned, we had several ad hoc meetings with the Planning Commission, and we received 10 suggestions and have incorporated all 10 of them. We've had a great interaction with the Historical Society, who's helped us with our public art program. We have great input from them, and I'll detail that a little bit farther. The Paris Chamber of Commerce is one of the most active chambers of commerce in the region, and they've been very supportive of of our development. They've given us great advice, and I expect that they will be a good partner for us as we reach out to the community on everything from employment fairs to the Christmas parades. Community surveys are a backbone for trying to understand what a community wants and needs. We engaged several companies to go out and knock on doors. We participated in over 2,000 surveys with our neighbors and community members, and overwhelmingly, what people spoke about in Paris was a need for jobs here in our community and also new retail opportunities. Harvest Landing delivers on both of those fronts. Additionally, we've held community meetings that have been attended by several hundred people. We hosted dinners, lunch, breakfast. We listened to anyone who would come, and what we found was that we have a treasure trove of very engaged, great residents that care about their community, and they're here tonight to make their voices heard. Continuing on that community and canvassing outreach, what you heard with regard to supporter cards was just the last couple of weeks. We have over 1,000 supporter cards for the project. We have petitions, both online and paper, and we've turned those in. And this project has garnered more support than anything I've seen in the last 15 years here in Paris. Again, tonight we're asking that you adopt EIR Alternative 4. That site plan includes no warehouses, 46.5 acres of retail and commercial space, a parcel hub, 615 housing units, a 16.5-acre sports park, and a 13-acre open space and park amenity. Let's just dive into the commercial here. Albert gave you a feel for the scale. Now I want to give you a feel for who's coming to town. We're very proud that we've been able to attract a health-conscious grocery store in Sprouts. We have a major sporting goods retailer in Dick's. We have a large format national retailer, which Albert pointed out, in Sam's. And the newest addition to our financial services, and one that overwhelmingly is talked about by the community, is Chase Bank. And they're excited to come, and they're excited to participate with our Chamber of Commerce and actively participate in our community. Additionally, as we discovered through our outreach, sit-down restaurants have been paramount. We have an absolute dearth of them. We're bringing 3 and perhaps 4 to town, represented by Panera, Olive Garden, Buffalo Wild Wings. The major retailers include Marshalls, Carter's, Hobby Lobby, Famous Footwear, and Petco. As Albert had pointed out, here's the site plan, but this is where these folks are going to locate. It really gives you a perspective of these guys are going to be here, and then it also one of the things I'm most proud of is our plaza area. In that area, we will cater to locally owned businesses. We'll try to bring some community entertainment to town and a more higher-end steak or some kind of fine dining to town. We're talking to a few. We hope to be able to announce that here shortly after the new year. These are more personalized renderings of the project. I think they depict a nice kind of ranch style, although it's contemporary. This is the plaza. You can see it's small scale. We try to get people out of the car and walking in our community. This is going to be the hallmark for this, and we sorely need this in Paris. Again, an overhead shot. Plaza. This is where we we, in conjunction with our retail partners, will hold special events. So this depicts because it's Christmas time, I decided we would depict a tree lighting ceremony. Everybody in Southern California goes to one. Paris needs one. We're going to provide it. So at Halloween, it may be face painting. I'm not sure, but right now it's contemporaneous to talk about the holidays, and a tree lighting ceremony just fits right in. It'll be housed here. There'll be plenty of parking, great lighting, great opportunities to eat and enjoy the holidays here in Paris. Again, Sam's Club from Paris Boulevard, the fueling station. Now, switching gears, let's talk about how we brand a development. Part and parcel of this is our Art in Public Places program. I've done this elsewhere, and it's been successful. The Historical Society toured with me and has given us the following themes for the Art in Public Places: ranching and farming, mining, railroads, our pioneer past, as well as our Latino heritage, and a tribute to Clarence Muse. And we have several of the Historical Society here this evening if you want to learn more about Clarence. Here's an overall site plan of the project with the pylons indicated, the locations for the Art in Public Places. And again, what we're trying to do is bring people to Paris, set a tone for Paris with art in public places, make it inviting, create an upscale environment that we can all be proud of. The Parcel Hub. As Albert mentioned, a Parcel Hub is a facility that accommodates that next day package delivery. We are fortunate enough to have landed what I think is America's premier parcel delivery company in FedEx. These are career-type jobs. This facility will house over 800 people that will work here, and the majority of whom stay with the company. And I have a number of people from FedEx here tonight, and the least tenured person is 8 years, and the most tenured person is 32. So if you start to go to work at a place and you stay, it's a good indication of that's a good company. It's a Fortune 20 company. It's going to be a big economic driver for the community. It's going to attract the kind of businesses that we deserve in Paris. Also, in the picture, for those of you who are last-minute people and need to get grandma's gift out or an important document, there'll be a ship station right there that you can go to for personal use. So FedEx is embracing Paris, and they will be one of our finest business community participants, as well as a major employer in the city. Again, of course, we'll be adopting all of the green features. The parcel delivery trucks, the little guys, are transitioning to electric. We'll have to have all of the support to facilitate those trucks as they become more and more commercially available. I see them here in Paris all the time, so we're on the leading edge. The facility will accommodate that and grow with that need. Again, here's a street view from the street. What we're trying to do is soften the look. No one wants to see the parcel hub. It's like Santa's workshop. We don't know what's going on in there other than the packages get delivered the next day. Here's a depiction of the truck route. The trucks will not be in the residential or the commercial areas. We have a dedicated truck route. Frontage Road is Paris's truck route. We are going to add 2 lanes to it, a center median, and several signals along the way to make sure that FedEx has the most efficient facility possible. You'll also see that there's a long private driveway. One of my pet peeves is trucks on public streets. So we're going to have a 1,450-foot-long driveway so that they can queue off of there. They won't be on the public streets, and they won't impact our travel. New housing. As Albert mentioned, we're proposing 615 new housing units on 50 acres. This is by right. What does that mean? It means that we can start on it as soon as the infrastructure is there to accommodate it. We have several developers of this type of product that have expressed interest, and my intention here is to solicit, just as we have in the past, community members to participate in a Blue Ribbon Commission to provide their input as to who and what we build there. The other theme that I'm trying to make sure that we're sensitive to is getting people out of their house and walking. There'll be a paseo that connects the houses to the retail center. Part and parcel of that paseo is the art and public places and places to rest and visit. These are just some perspective as to what type of impact that the housing will have. Additionally, we have a commitment to open space and athletic fields. I don't know if everybody in the room knows this, but Paris has an incredible asset, a jewel, if you will, in our youth soccer programs. We have joined forces with La Academia, who has over 2,000 families that participate in soccer here in the city. You know what we don't have? We don't have dedicated fields for them. You know what they have to do? They have to go to Moreno Valley and rent fields. They participate from north to south end of the town. We need something here in town. I'm committed to building a facility for them where they can host the tournaments. These tournaments become very, very large. They become regional. They're economic drivers for our shopping center, as well as perhaps hotels in the future. As Albert mentioned, we have our detention basin that I'm going to convert to an asset for our retail use. It'll have a mile track around it for walking dogs, chasing kids, working out. I've got some pictures here. Here's an overview. You can see some art out there, some seating areas, and then I'm sure all the commissioners are up for this. This is where we start our mile run. And so there are exercise stations. You run 200 yards, you get to the pull-up station. You run another 200 yards, and you're at the push-up station. These are the kind of things that will make Paris interesting and will really engage the community into the Harvest Landing project. Soccer fields, we'll have again 16.5 acres of those. We are trying to determine how many will be turf, how many will be grass, but I'll leave that to the experts at La Academia. They've been great partners for us, and they've been a pleasure to work with. They've welcomed me into their program, and I'm excited as heck to work with these people in the future. We have great kids here. Just let me summarize the community benefits. Albert did a yeoman's job, but I wanted to really put some numbers to what our economic studies indicated. Over the course of construction of this project, there will be over 6,000 construction jobs. My union partners who will be building this have never had an opportunity to stay close to home. There are over 600 members of the carpenters that live here in Paris. What a great opportunity for them to not have to drive to Los Angeles and spend 4 hours a day in the car. in terms of permanent employment between the retail and the business park. As it builds out, there'll be over 5,000 jobs created. Remember at the first beginning, I told you that jobs, 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 here they are. We will invest over $90 million in infrastructure for the project. That includes sewers, storm drain, new water lines. We also have a water well that we are venturing with the EMWD on to provide water for 10,000 homes in South Paris. Harvest Landing has some real assets to it. We'll spend $9 million on that, on the exercise 13-acre open space. And once this thing gets built and starts generating revenue, the economists are estimating $3 to $5 million in annual revenue from this development. Given our state of affairs, we need to work on the income side at the city, and this will play a big part towards moving the ball forward on that. The public art, I keep drumming on that, but I love it, and we've have great relations with the Historical Society. We're committed to spending $2.5 million on that. Again, we'll have our 78 acres of open space. Included in that is our soccer fields, our exercise area, the basin, and then just general landscaping over the entire park. Within that, I sat and I asked our landscape architect, how many trees do I have to acquire? 2,355. I didn't count them, but we have people that tell me that's what we're looking at, over 2,000 new trees. In terms of stores, 21 new stores. The sit-down dining options that we have. In the commercial center, there will be no drive-through. Sam's may have one, but I'm not a big fan, and I listen to our community. And again, the last benefit that I want to really hit home on is our sports park and our soccer fields. These are our future. We need to move this project forward with an adoption of Alternative 4. Thanks very much. My entire team is here this evening to answer questions, and I'm available as well. Albert, yeoman's job. Thank you. It's been a long haul.
Thank you very much for that presentation, sir. We appreciate it. And thank you also to the city staff for that presentation. And now at this time, we've switched things around. That's why I was getting confused earlier. We're going to allow public comment. Before we get into discussion, we're going to allow public comment because you've been very patient, and so we want to get through that. And I think do we have all the blue sheets? Anyone have any filled out blue sheets that you still have not submitted? Okay. Okay, anyone else with a blue sheet? You don't have to have it, just in case. We'd like to have it for the record. A blue sheet. Okay, obviously we're going to say two things. We're not going to have 3 minutes speak. I guess you already know that. If you would like to have a person represent you and speak on your behalf, you're welcome to do that, because not everybody wants to speak at the podium. Does anybody in there want that as a group, or everyone wants to speak on their own? such a conforming group, I can see. We're not going to have 3 minutes. I think I've just talked to the group, and we're going to talk about, at the very least, 1minute, 20 seconds. Okay? We're going to call 5 people up at a time. That's why I left these 5 chairs available. So come quickly up to the front. And I don't know if there's anyone in the gym. I have no way of knowing. But anyway, if our secretary would do that. And please come quickly, because we want you to come up to the podium and get through. Okay?
J.C. Pacheco, J.C. Franco,
If you're in the room, please come up forward.
Lupe
or we'll
Gomez.
Okay, and we'll keep going if we don't.
Clarify the first name again?
I have J.C. Pacheco,
Franco or J.C. Pacheco?
I'm sorry, Franco. And I have two J.C. Franco. Okay. Okay.
Okay, I missed the first two, the other names, first 2 names.
Guadalupe Gomez,
Lupe Gomez, are you in the room? Oh, come up, yeah.
Kicks.
Come up to the seat.
F.C.
Everyone
Julio
come up, everyone come
Reyes,
forward. Mhm. We've got 5 chairs here for you.
Michael Torres,
Please come quickly. Right up to the front over here, these chairs. I see 3 out of 4 people, so I guess the other 2. Oh, you're right there. Okay. 4 out of the 5. Okay. Do we have a next person in line?
Aurelio Correa,
What if they're next door? I have no way of knowing.
If there,
Oh, okay. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Commissioner Hammond, if I can always remind our guests that we need to keep that back door area clear for emergency purposes. So if you guys can move away from the door.
Yeah, I don't know if there's any sheriff or anyone standing, but I'm assuming there isn't. Okay. What did we say, 1 minute 20? 1 minute, 20 seconds, and this is for IT, so they can get ready.
see if she's able to. See if she can do it.
Yeah, 120.
120.
That's quick.
I'm not a tech guru, so I wouldn't know what to do. Okay, keep going. There's 20 more seconds. Okay. Okay, we want to start at 120, guys.
Sorry, IT, can you help me with this?
Did the time start or are we restarting here?
We're restarting. Yeah, 120. You're getting there.
I'll start there.
Okay.
Yeah,
IT,
I'll bet you will.
IT, if you can hear us, if you can come up and assist our assistant with the time.
Okay, no.
Hold on, let's restart it for him, Sylvia.
Yeah, I have no idea how to do it. So.
I would just add the 6 seconds, you don't mind?
Oh, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, right?
We're going to do it.
Can we just do 1 minute and 30 seconds, just for ease of allowing people to speak?
Yeah,
To set
that's
the
fine. That's
clock.
fine. 130 is fine. What at a time?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, 120. Okay. Good evening, Commissioners. Again, my name is JC Franco, but for those in Spanish, me llamo Juan Carlos Franco. I support responsible economic development in Paris. I'm not here to oppose growth or jobs. In fact, I really embrace it. I'm here to support development that is transparent and consistent with the direction the city has recently taken. Harvest Landing is presented tonight as a reduced impact project with a 1 high cube warehouse instead of the 7 analyzed in the draft EIR some months ago. I appreciate that change, but unless the entitlements are written carefully, nothing in the specific plan prevents additional high cube warehouses or any other kind of warehouses, as a matter of fact, from being added later through future phases that are not consistent or a part of this moratorium once it expires. The city adopted a warehouse moratorium to pause, study cumulative impacts, and protect public health. It would be inconsistent with that intent to approve a plan that still allows large warehouse or parcel hubs, whatever it's called, build out to return by right in the future. High cube warehouses should be subject to conditional use permits, so any future proposal receives a public review and site-specific conditions. Tonight, a high cube warehouse square footage should be capped at what's proposed today unless the future specific plan amendment or secret review.
Oh, okay. We're going to give you 6 seconds. That's okay. Okay. If you need 10 more, we'll, you know. Make it quick.
Para los que hablan español, me llamo Juan Carlos. No se dejen vencer con estas gentes que están abusando de nosotros, de nuestro pueblo, abusándonos que nos van a prometer las cosas que no tenemos ahorita. No se dejen vencer.
Okay, thank you. There you got it. Get it in.
Excuse me, Chair.
Who's talking?
It's interpreter.
Huh? Is he able to?
Yeah. Real quickly, just for clarification, my understanding is the system only allow increments of 30 seconds.
Okay.
So we should
Minute
leave
30.
it at a minute 30.
Yeah.
Guadalupe Gomez.
Good evening, Commissioners. I want to be very clear. What we are hearing tonight are promises, not
Excuse me,
conditions.
Mr. Chair, if we can set the time.
Yeah.
before
Sorry.
Thank you.
Take your time.
It's an odd time. That's where we're kind of getting.
Sylvia, would it be easier for you to do 1:30 or 1:20?
It will be, let's see.
2 seconds.
Let me see if I can do this because it's 1:30.
Go.
Go ahead.
Okay. We are being asked to approve an industrial phase now with housing promised later. In phase 2, without designs, without approvals, and without guarantees. We've seen this before. The industrial phase gets approved, the housing phase never comes. Last mile delivery is still an industrial use. It still means traffic, pollution, and noise, just in smaller trucks. And Paris does not need a parcel hub. We already have vacant and underused warehouses spaced throughout the city. Tonight, we also heard promises for about a toy drive and using well water for housing in South Paris. Those ideas may sound nice, but they are not in the proposal, not conditioned, and not enforceable. Planning decisions should be based on what is written, not what is said at the podium. If housing is truly part of the vision, then it should be approved, phased, and guaranteed now, not later. Please slow this down. Require real commitments and put Paris residents first. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Julio Reyes.
Good evening, Honorable Commissioners.
Hold a second. I want to make sure you have it done. Minute 30.
3 minutes, I'll take it.
Yeah,
My name is Julio Reyes.
I know you would. We're not used to this time. We're used to 3 minutes or one, but this is an odd time, so, you know. Okay, go.
My name is Julio Reyes. I'm the program director for La Academia Kicks FC and a local college soccer coach at Mount San Jacinto College. I grew up here in Paris, so I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Harvest Landing project and what it can bring to our community. Harvest Landing will bring things to our city has needed for a long time: shopping, restaurants, and economic growth. But just as important, it includes a sports complex that can really impact our youth. Kicks FC and Inner City Soccer League serves over 2,000 families, most of them right here in Paris. Every year, one of our biggest challenges is finding enough safe fields for our kids. As you know, in the past, our community had to come together just to protect a single field. That's why the opportunity to add 4 soccer fields is such a big deal for our families. These fields aren't just about soccer. They help the kids stay active, off the streets, and surrounded by positive mentors and teammates. We already work hard to guide our players towards college and long-term success, and having more field space allows us to reach even more families. We've been working with Harvest Landing for a while on the soccer fields and talking about ways to create more opportunities beyond just sports. I appreciate how open they've been. They have helped us create a new partnership with Moreno Valley College, where we share the same values around education, opportunity, and community, and are helping connect athletics and academics. We will be using their facilities until this project is developed. I understand every project has concerns, but from our...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. We want to get everyone in that's possible. That's the only reason we're doing this. Next. She's doing quite a job, Sylvia.
Michael Torres.
Michael Torres. We're going to try to start you at 1:30. Hold a second.
Yeah.
Doing a great job, Sylvia. Go.
I don't have a ChatGPT speech to give, but I come to you guys as a resident. I've been here for over 25 years, serving my community, being a mentor, a coach, a parent, and a resident, like I said. I ask you guys recommend this project because it'll help our youth have a safe space to practice, facilities that we need that we don't have right now. I mean, we have about 30 teams that we currently coach, and there's one field for us to share. So I ask that you guys consider this to, keep our boys off the street and continue to, sharpen their skills and stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Aurelio Correa.
Someone, you need to lower the microphone? Okay. Hold on real quick second. I'm going to make sure you get your phone. There you go.
Yeah,
That sounds like a talk show, right? Go.
Good evening, Commission. I'd like to say thank you for hearing us out. I 100% back the Harvest Landing program that they're presenting to the city. I've been a resident of the city for almost 40 years, and what they're proposing is something that, as a being involved in sports is something that we look forward to, and we're in need of fields. And like Julio and Coach Mike said, it helps us with the youth, keeping them out of the streets, helps them stay active, and the retail, housing, as we all know, we need it. So I completely support the Harvest Landing program, and I hope you guys are able to approve everything. Thanks again.
Thank you very much, sir.
Chris Simons.
Since they're in the seats, if you could just kind of come up front, and you can probably stand over there. So the next 4 names. Yeah, I don't know where they were.
Katie
sitting.
McClellan.
There you go. Okay.
Andrew Graft.
Come on up front. Quickly.
Jerry Sepulveda. Chuck Tush. Yes, please. Thank you.
Go.
Oh,
Go
We'll
ahead.
give you your time, yeah.
oh, okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm coming forward today as a member of the community and an advocate for the Harvest Landing project. Being a resident of Paris for the past 7 years, I couldn't count on the number of hands me and my family have had to go out of town seeking parks, recreational centers, or restaurants to sit down and eat at. I stand firmly in the belief that the Harvest Landing project is the thing we need in order to push the Paris community into a better future. Things like the parks, restaurants, and job opportunities provide incentives for people to come and visit the city, and the housing provide incentives to stay. This project has sparked hope within me for a brighter future for the community of Paris, and I hope this comes into fruition.
Thank you very much, sir. Would you state, since you,
Christina Simmons.
okay.
Katie or Christina?
Christina.
Come on.
Hello. As a young resident of...
Quick second.
Huh?
We'll make sure you get your time.
Go ahead.
Okay, go.
Go ahead.
Hello. As a young resident of Paris, I love art. I brought one of my art pieces to share with you. With you all. And I just want to say I'm so excited to see the beautiful public art pieces that will be brought to Paris by the Harvest Landing Project. As always, thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Katie McClendon.
Now it's your turn.
I don't see the time. I'm just...
Give me
Okay.
1 second. Go now.
All right. Good evening, honorable commissioners. I am here today in support of the Harvest Landing project. As you guys know, Christmas is coming up, but also Kwanzaa is coming up. And one of the principles of Kwanzaa is Kuumba, which literally translates to creativity. But the definition means to leave your community more beautiful and beneficial than when you found it. And I truly believe that the Harvest Landing project is going to leave our community more beautiful and beneficial than it is now. They have a number of benefits, but I want to talk about the things that you cannot measure. The joy of sitting down and dining with your family in the city that you live in. Too many times I've had to gas up my car and go to Moreno Valley or to go to Menifee to have a sit-down meal with my family. And I don't want to continue to have to do that. I want public art. I want a beautiful space where we can come, where we can convene, where we can walk, where we can eat, where we can shop, where we don't have to take that money outside of Paris. And I truly believe that that's what Harvest Landing is bringing to us, and I'm in full support of this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Andrea Graff.
Good evening, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Andrew Graff. I'm here on behalf of Californians Allied for Responsible Economy, an unincorporated association of Paris residents and local labor organizations that would be adversely affected by the project's environmental and public health impacts with this project. We urge this commission to remand the project to staff with direction to revise and recirculate the EIR before bringing it back for a public hearing. As detailed in CARE's comments submitted to the city today, the project before the commission is substantially different than what is analyzed in the draft EIR, and the FEIR fails to fulfill CEQA's mandate to disclose and mitigate the project's significant environmental and health impacts. The draft EIR analyzed a large warehouse and distribution center project with a few other uses, but given the city's adopted 45-day moratorium on warehouses, the applicant removed the warehouse project and replaced it with capacity for office, research, and development and business use parks. They also increased the parcel hub by approximately 70,000 square feet. These are major project changes that will have substantially different environmental and public health impacts than those were analyzed in the EIR and were not disclosed to the public until with just now, including more severe transportation impacts from passenger vehicles. The city must revise and circulate a new DEIR for public comment before the project is approved to comply with SEQA. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Jerry Sepulveda.
Oh, you don't need any time, I'm sorry.
All right, good evening, Chair. Good evening, Chair, Commissioners, City staff, and members of our community. My name is Jerry Sepulveda. I'm speaking on behalf of the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber is proud to support the Harvest Landing project and the benefits that it will bring to the City of Paris. This project represents smart, forward-thinking development that prioritizes housing, quality of life, and recreation. The elimination of warehouses use makes this project an even clearer win for our community and reflects Paris's long-term vision for balanced growth. Harvest Landing also includes large sports parks with recreational amenities that will serve our youth and families while strengthening our community pride. In addition, the project includes a parcel delivery hub that will operate primarily in electric vehicles, and finally provide local drop-off and pickup services, eliminating the need to travel to Ontario, if any of you guys are FedEx fans. Equally important, this project represents roughly more or less $90 million in private investment in the public infrastructure, improving the roads, sewer lines, everything, the utilities. That would take decades for the city to even raise that type of money. For these reasons, the Paris Valley Chamber of Commerce respectfully asks for a yes vote for recommendation for this project to the City Council. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Chuck Gushkov.
Go for it.
Hi, I'm Chuck Kutchko. I'm the Director of Real Estate for Sprouts Farmers Market, and very proud to be here on behalf of the Harvest Landing retail component. We've been patiently waiting. I've been working over 3 years with the Howard folks to get healthy and organic natural food choices into your fair city. We've been pretty busy in Riverside. We've got a store, of course, down in Menifee and one in Moreno Valley a couple years ago, and we're excited to connect the dots along the 215 corridor and hopefully have a store here sooner than later. And we think it's a unique project and definitely going to be the probably crowning retail jewel for the city for years to come. So very excited to be part of it and hope that everybody can get past some of the other concerns and help us get in and service the community, because that's what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ryan Sullivan.
Keep going. Mhm. Keep going.
Albert Duarte. Mayra Bria. Jason Baez.
Those sitting in the front, if you could move aside and change places. Okay. Keep going, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, Council Member, or Chamber, Commissioners, I'm sorry. My name's Albert Duarte, and I'm with Riverside San Bernardino Building Trades. Earlier this year, we came to an agreement, we renewed an agreement, project labor agreement with the City of Paris. And you guys have always, 5 years before that, you guys initiated the agreement, which was a landmark for us. This, in another sense, is another landmark. The developer is looking at, it's an industry that we haven't been able to secure project labor agreements, especially in residential. It's the only unregulated portion of construction that we have been trying to pave our way and get regulated, put rules behind it. So this is a loud statement in construction. But, you know, with those soccer fields, a lot of our coaches are stuck on the freeway right now because they're working in LA. It's important. We've been able to get 9 agreements within the last year here. And now we're starting to keep our families, our coaches, our women working. So this is we're here in support of this project, and we just ask that you pass it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mayra Brito.
You call me? Next.
Is Mayra Brito here? Okay.
Real quickly, if they could be at the council, the gym, so if we can leave that card, and once we go through all the speakers, then we can call them again to go over to the council chambers.
Okay.
Jason Baez.
Jason Baez with Labor's International Union of North America, here to fully support the proposed amendments to the Harvest Landing project. Howard Industrial Partners has not only went the farthest mile with this, but they are here tonight to fully accommodate the concerns, hopes, and voiced requests of the people. And of course, they have agreed to utilize top dollar union construction, which will assure excellence, excellent wages, good benefits, and stellar career opportunities for new recruits. I heard a very interesting statistic yesterday from a veteran contractor. He said that for every dollar that's paid out to a non-union contractor who comes into a distant city, only a quarter stays in that city. But when developers utilize union construction companies, not only does the full dollar stay in that city, but an additional 50 cents. In closing, I want to tell you guys, I've had numerous conversations with Tim from Howard Industrial. He is, by all means, a very good man. Him doing this doesn't surprise me in the least. Being here to witness it, I truly feel blessed. And I hope that you feel the same way too. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The next five, John Warren. Ms. Taba B.
Sylvia, if you can go back to the names that you called out the first time, they are sitting in the front.
Mayra Brito. I'm waiting for Mayra. Is she here? John, where?
Yes, we need to bring up the individuals who wanted to speak, the first five that you just called last time. Ryan, is it Ryan Silva?
The only one missing was Mayra.
Ryan Sullivan is sitting in the front, waiting. And Nina is also waiting in the front.
Ryan Sullivan.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ryan Sullivan. I'm with the commercial real estate firm CBRE. We've been engaged by Howard Industrial Partners to help the leasing of Harvest Landing. My firm's no stranger to the city of Paris. We do the work for Target, and we're instrumental in bringing them their first store to the city of Paris. We also did the lease up of Paris, Plaza de Paris, the expansion, bringing Burlington, Ross, Ulta, Five Below, and others to the city. We're extremely excited about this project. We have a tremendous amount of interest. I just want to validate the tenants that are shown on that slide earlier today. We've secured interest from all those tenants. We are actively in leases. And as evidence of that, I've been asked to read a letter of support from the group Hobby Lobby into the record here, if I can get it up. Honorable members of the Paris Planning Commission and City Council, I am writing to express my strong support for the proposed Harvest Landing development. This project is a strategic investment in the city of Paris' future and aligns with our shared goals of economic viability, community enrichment, sustainable growth. The Harvest Landing Regional Shopping Center will deliver significant economic benefits, including job creation, increased tax revenue, and infrastructure updates. Beyond economic impact, this project will enhance the quality of life, providing convenient access to retail and general services to the Paris community. We look forward to being a part of the community. Sincerely, Scott Nelson, Vice.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, state your
members of,
State your name for us.
I'm going to.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Chair, members of the Planning Commission, members of staff, my name is Nina Ray with RSI Group, representing Darden Restaurant Group, who's the parent company for Olive Garden. I'm here in support of the Harvest Landing project. This is a very, very beautiful addition to City of Paris, well deserved for the community here. I would be very pleased if we can get a favorable support today so we can bring our restaurant here in City of Paris and the communities don't have to go to our restaurants in Menifee and other parts of the cities in Riverside County. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now can I go to John Wirret with EMWD?
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. John Worth, Water Resources Planning Manager with Eastern Municipal Water District. EMWD is only 43% built out, and one of my key roles at EMWD is making sure that we have the water supply to continue to support and facilitate development. Two key ways that we do that is through our brackish groundwater desalinization program and then expanding our recycled water program. I want to express our sincere appreciation of staff, Brad Brophy, Ryan Traylor. We've been working with them over the last year and also with the developer to identify and call out 2 new well sites within this planned development to produce 1,300 acre-feet of water each. For frame of reference, 1 acre-foot is for 3 homes for a year. And in addition to that, they're expanding recycled water throughout the entire site to use for all of the landscape and the irrigation. There's about 300 acre-feet that is going to be used there. So in total, there's about 3,500 acre-feet of new or offset water supply that we are incorporating into the conditions of approval on this project. It's the first time working with the land use agencies and the entitlement process, and I just want to express our appreciation to both staff and also to the developer. So thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Ms. Taba B.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Tava Burnell. I represent, no, I'm not here to represent, but I work for the school district. I know how important it is for our children to stay engaged, to be safe, to be beautiful in this community. This community is based on beautiful people. People, not developers, but we do need to support our Harvest Landing because it's going to create jobs, it's going to create beautiful parks, to have our kids safe, to have them engaged, to have them like resilient. Our children are our future, and we need to invest in that future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Rodrigo M.
One more time. What was that name, Sylvia?
Rodrigo M.
Okay. He might be. Oh, there. Okay. Got any more?
He's coming.
Is the last one? Okay. Okay.
Can I get my 3 minutes?
Go ahead.
Good evening, esteemed body of commissioners. My name is Rodrigo Mendoza. I'm here in behalf of our developer, and we want to say that in behalf of our community, we welcome any entity that brings a much-needed upgrade to our slice of heaven. Harvest Landing. Your offer of providing us with shops, restaurants, and grocery stores cannot be unwelcome news. The proposed state of the land is in total disarray, and the proposed upgrade is a much-needed improvement. Be warned, however, that the voice of negativity will be loud, but it should be ignored because said voice is based on a habit and not based on reality of the needs of our community. So, Harvest Landing, we welcome you with open arms and give you our blessings. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Ana Orozco. Ana Orozco.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Ana Orozco.
You need an interpreter?
Thank you for giving me the opportunity and speak in Spanish. I need to speak Spanish. Represent my community and Latino community.
Did you need an interpreter? We have.
Yes.
Yeah, we have a person in
The
there.
interpreter, and we'll have double the time.
Yes.
And you get double the time too. So 2 minutes and 60. What is it? 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
That's my math for you, right? Okay.
Sí.
I didn't pass math. Okay.
Perfecto.
No en mucho, de esa manera puedo interpretar todo correcto.
Más despacio.
Más corto.
Okay, perfecto.
Sí. There's a wireless mic underneath the laptop if you need it.
Go ahead.
Check, check. Oh, there we go.
Buenas tardes, Presidente Hammond y comisionados.
Good afternoon, President Hammond and commissioners.
Mi nombre es Ana Isabel Orozco
My name is Ana Isabel Orozco,
y resido en el Distrito 3.
and I reside in District 3.
Estoy aquí porque deseo que haya más oportunidades disponibles
I am here because I wish for more opportunities to be available
directamente a nuestra comunidad.
directly to our community.
Harvest Landing podría generar miles de empleos
Harvest Landing can generate thousands of employments,
de distintos niveles de habilidad,
different levels of abilities,
lo que permitiría a los residentes encontrar trabajo
to which it will allow our residents to find work
significativo cerca de donde viven.
significant to where they live.
Esto es importante para los jóvenes adultos,
This is important for our young adults,
los padres trabajadores
for our working parents,
y cualquier persona que busque mayor estabilidad
and anybody who's looking for better stability
sin tener que desplazarse lejos de su hogar.
without having to leave their homes.
El proyecto también incluye asociaciones y organizaciones
Projects also include associations and organizations
comunitarias destinadas a conectar.
and they can connect our residents with the new opportunity of employment.
Este enfoque local refleja un compromiso
This local focus will reflect a compromise,
real con Perris.
a real compromise in Paris.
La creación de empleo no se trata solo de trabajo,
This creation of employment doesn't only mean work.
también se trata de construir futuros,
It also means constructing futures,
fortalecer a las familias
strengthening families,
y apoyar a los negocios
and
locales.
supporting local businesses.
Respetuosamente,
Respectfully,
los animo a que recomienden este proyecto al Consejo Municipal.
I urge you to recommend this project.
Thank you y quería hacerles saber que la comunidad latina estamos aquí.
Thank you, and I wanted to let you know that the Latin community is here.
Thank you very much. Thank you. With this process.
Is Maida Brito here? Freddie Chavez?
Good evening. My name is Freddy Chavez, and I'm coming here to ask you guys to approve this matter because it's a lot of future for youngsters and for them to start. They're eager to start working, and me too. I'm a resident, and I have to go out to buy things, especially for the house. You go out of the city, you don't pay taxes here, and we would like to pay tax here too. And we would like to have parks for the youngsters so they can stay away from trouble. And please approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Guadalupe Carrillo. Rosina Correa. Yolanda Marquez. Antonio Avalos. And Araceli Arbalos.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Un segundo, Silvia. ¿Necesita el intérprete? Un segundito, por favor.
And you will get 3 minutes.
Al pasito, ¿verdad? Sí, en frases cortas para que ellos comprendan todo. Sí.
Ok, ahora sí. Buenas noches, presidente Hammond y comisionados.
Good evening, President Hammond and Commissioners.
Mi nombre es Guadalupe Carrillo
My name is Guadalupe Carrillo.
y resido en el Distrito 4.
I reside in District 4.
Estoy aquí porque deseo ver mejoras que hagan la vida cotidiana más agradable para las familias que viven en Perris.
I am here because I wish a better, I wish for a better life and pleasant life for the families that live here in Paris.
Harvest Landing ofrece nuevas opciones de restauración,
Harvest Landing offers new options for restoration,
variedad de tiendas,
variety of stores,
senderos y espacios abiertos,
spaces and open spaces,
elementos que ayudan a crear una comunidad más conectada y vibrante.
elements that are going to help connect a community, make it better connected and more vibrant.
Esas comunidades fomentan estilo de vida más saludables,
These accommodations are going to help with a better lifestyle.
reducen la necesidad de desplazamientos largos y brindan a las familias más formas de pasar tiempos juntos.
This will help the need for longer commutes and will help families form better pastimes.
La incorporación de miles de empleos locales permite a los residentes permanecer cerca de casa.
Incorporations of thousands of jobs are going to allow residents to remain closer to home,
dándoles más tiempo para la familia, el descanso y el bienestar personal.
giving them more time for family, for rest, and for well-being.
Los proyectos que elevan la calidad de vida son esenciales para una ciudad en crecimiento como la nuestra.
Projects that raise the quality of life are essential for a community and for us.
Por estas razones, les insisto a que recomienden este proyecto al Consejo Municipal.
For these reasons, I urge you to recommend these projects for the municipal project.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Rosina Correa.
One more time. Where?
Rosina Correa.
Okay. Oh. I thought she was. Okay.
Yolanda Marquez.
I wonder if they're in the building. I don't know.
I was informed that there was 3 people in the gym, so we can just wait and then.
Okay.
Call the next person.
Yeah.
Arturo Avalos. Arturo Avalos. Araceli Avalos. Araceli Avalos.
Did you submit one of these blue slips? My name is Mike Norton, and I don't know if. But did you submit a blue slip to her, or? I didn't know I had to. No. Do you have one? Okay. Did you have one in front of you? A slip? Okay.
Violeta Aguirre.
If you filled it out, just hand it to. Oh, you didn't fill it. Oh. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sylvia.
Violeta Aguirre.
I'm
here.
Oh, there you
go. Good evening, Honorable Planning Commission and staff. My name is Violeta Aguilar-Wyrick, and I was part of the initial community engagement that took place back in 2021. Our team went out door to door. We knocked on doors, made phone calls, went out into the community, talked to people. We collected over 1,800 surveys to really determine and really pick our community's brain as to what they wanted to see. And the site plan that you have in front of you really is a true representation of what the community wanted. Over 65 of the 1,800 surveys that we collected were from in-person conversations. So we really did a very intentional effort to make sure that we were talking to the community. And since then, we have continued to work very closely with our development team, with Howard Industrial Partners, Azure Development, with our developer, commercial developer, Vanessa Delgado, as well with our team with CBRE to ensure that the commercial uses are truly reflective of what our community wanted and they wanted to see in our community. So please, we urge you to support. This is really important. There has been a very, very intentional effort to make sure that our community is being heard and represented in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I want to apologize to her. Her name is Violeta Aguilar. Thank you. Vanessa Delgado.
Good evening, Planning Commission. This has been a long night, but I still wanted to introduce myself. Vanessa Delgado, I'm the owner of Azure Development, and I am the developer of the shopping center component. I am the only Latina-owned development company in California, and so I want to tell you that because this project represents an opportunity for a lot of small businesses. And I've built 3 million square feet in the Southwest of retail, but this project is going to be the kind of the crown jewel of it. I have never been able to obtain this caliber of tenants, and it's because Howard is contributing the land so that we can make these deals. So I very selfishly urge you to support the project so we can keep moving forward. I recognize there are concerns, but I will do everything I can to make sure this commercial component is successful. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nanette Plasencia. Jairo Calverja. Ana Carlos.
Yeah, if your name was
Tanya
called,
Gonzalez.
please come up quickly. Please come up to the front.
Nanette Plasencia.
Sorry.
Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight's decision is about more than just a rezone proposal. It's about the future direction of the city of Paris. We have heard the concerns about pollution, traffic, noise, and the strain of the warehouses already placed on our neighborhoods. You have heard how this zoning change benefits wealthy developers, not the families who live here every day. And you know that once this land is industrialized, we can never take it back. These projects promise jobs, but the future of these warehouses coming from them are low wage, unstable, non-union, and increasingly automated, while the long-term environment and infrastructure costs fall on us, not the developer. Howard Industries bought this land fully aware of its zoning. Developers, including Howard Industries, purchased property with full understanding of its designated use. Altering that zoning for private advantage undermines the city's planning framework and sets a precedent that could erode the stability of future land use decisions. Approving this request now sends a message that powerful developers can shape our general plan to fit their profits instead of the city shaping.
Thank you very much.
Jairo Carvajal. And after that, Ana Carlos.
Hello, Planning Commission. I'm here on behalf of Paris Neighbors in Action. I'm Jairo Carvajal. We're in opposition of this project as this developer has not been transparent with the rest of the project. It's not a parcel up, it's just a warehouse under a different name. It's disappointing to see how much, is happening in our city. Our city is growing in the right way now, and this project would just turn us back to where we started maybe 2 years ago already. I do hope you guys really think this one out and recommend not to approve this project to the council, because it is going to go to council regardless if you pass it or not, because you know how developers love to appeal stuff in the city of Paris. But this project is actually, a previous speaker actually did a rendering of, his name is J.C. Franco, for the comparison of this project. He put the Target warehouse from the beginning from the MBU on Walmart to the end of Orange. That's the whole Target warehouse fits on that. So just to put in perspective on how big this project is going to be, whether it's a parcel hub, it's a waste of space that we could be using for better, for our community. And unfortunately, it's not a community benefit when it's in the original zoning.
Thank you very much.
Ana Carlos.
Good evening, Council. I come to you from Bloomington, a neighboring town, and there in Bloomington, Howard is not a good guy with us. He proposed hundreds of acres of 3 million plus square foot warehouses. He tore down our residential homes with basically promises of this giant industrial park going up. Our homes were demolished and now just sit there empty lots, just like his empty promises. He proposed this, like I said, in a residential neighborhood with an equestrian park, a baseball park, 3 schools neighboring the whole project. And he basically lied to neighbors, turned neighbors against each other with tactics of everyone sold except for you, you're the only one left. And basically, after a lot of community input, residents not wanting this project, it still went through. And there's nothing, all his promises are just nothing. There's nothing there in Bloomington except for empty lots. We're still waiting. Nothing's coming up. Also,
beware of phase 2. There's nothing on the EIR or draft EIR that.
Thank you very much.
Tania Gonzalez.
My name is Tania Gonzalez. I'm a community organizer with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice, and I work with community in Bloomington. I'm also here to tell you the story. You know, Bloomington and PSEDG has a history with Howard. We had to sue him over the project that Anna just mentioned because he came in with empty promises and he came in with a hostile attitude with community. He literally chained people inside their home. He then tried to tear down the house of these people with the kids still in the house. If it weren't for their dad to cross his truck on the machine, he would have torn down the house with kids in there. He didn't care. He then came over with the sheriff and tried to intimidate the people living in that house. So I'm just here to tell you to be careful who you are going into contract with, because he's not a nice man. I also want to let you know that changing the name from a warehouse to a parcel hub does not change the impact that it's going to have on community. And also, just to be clear to the people that are here that are asking for you to pass this project, I don't blame you. Times are tough. We all need money. We all want these benefits. Why is it that we need to have a warehouse to have basic things like a park and stores? We have to make a conscious choice and think critically of the deals they give us. I blame the developer for putting neighbors against neighbors and using people's struggles against themselves.
Thank you very much.
Andrea Vidauri. Ana Gonzalez. Tatiana Flores.
Ready? Yeah. Hi, everybody. My name is Andrea Vidaurre. I'm with the People's Collective for Environmental Justice. We were one of the organizations that had to sue the County of San Bernardino and Tim Howard's company in Bloomington in order to protect people from a proposed warehouse project in a residential neighborhood, which coincidentally also tried to move an elementary school. We won in court because the environmental analysis was insufficient. We're happy to send any and all documents and comments so you can take that into account for your decision. I saw firsthand the way Howard conducted himself in the community of Bloomington. Looks really similar to here. Lots of smoke and mirrors, lots of promises, lots of fancy words like state-of-the-art building, state-of-the-art warehouse, etc. But the facts are that the project in Bloomington has not been built. The school district had to pass a bond for taxpayers to help with the relocation of Zimmerman Elementary. And even with that, there is no answer what's going to happen to the school. And ultimately, a huge legacy of harm and trauma in Bloomington. A simple Google search will show you tons of articles about what happened there under Howard Industrial Partners. So ask yourselves, what are you signing away? What does it mean to give someone open range in phase 2? What will you do when the promises cannot be kept and then you're stuck dealing with it? Are you going to pass a tax on your residents too? I share this because this body can continue to negotiate what stops you from just bringing in the commercial development only. A parcel hub is just a delivery station warehouse. You could go forward, get all the commercial, or you can delay all the benefits of the commercial because you're gonna get stuck on the warehouse issue.
Thank you very much.
Ana Gonzalez.
Hello, good evening. Ana Gonzalez with the Center for Community Action and Environmental Justice. We want to recognize that this project places the Planning Commission in a difficult position tonight. We want to also acknowledge the voices of community members who are in favor and opposed of this project. We are aware of the developer's past reputation. So far, it appears that there is an effort to improve practices and be responsible to not repeat past mistakes. We believe growth should always allow room for accountability and improvement only when paired with clear expectations and enforceable commitments. This project is not perfect. Community members have clearly expressed the need for more amenities, more housing, and stronger protections for the health and quality of life. We believe Harvest Landing has the potential to do more and go further, including stronger carbon capturing tree requirements, meaningful electrification, commitments, and a clear written and enforceable plan for the housing. The Planning Commission has the authority to make recommendations and hold the developer accountable so that community benefits are not just aspirational. We advocate for projects that create walkable communities with access to housing, services, and open space. Harvest Landing has that potential, but we believe it is not quite ready in its current form. At the end, you have a responsibility to your constituents. Our role is to offer recommendations. We urge you to evaluate this project and create intentional, enforceable solutions that truly mitigate the impacts. We thank you for this opportunity and consideration.
Thank you very much.
Evelyn Berum.
Good evening. My name is Evelyn Berum. I am a paraprofessional at Valverde Elementary School, and I am concerned this school is part of Phase 2, meaning the hubs will be in place before the school is relocated. This is concerning because the truck route would run directly behind the school. Valverde Elementary School serves TK to 6th grade students and has one of the largest special education programs in the district. Given the age and needs of our students, this situation raises safety concerns. A clear, detailed plan for Valverde Elementary School should be prioritized. Yet at this time, there appears to be no transparent plan in place. I strongly urge the Commission to take this into account before approving anything.
Thank you very much.
Tatiana Flores.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. While I do think that the project has a lot of development that would be nice, it does sound great to have retail, it does sound great to have soccer fields and everything. It just feels like the residents of Paris and surrounding areas, including Moreno Valley and Mead Valley, where I'm from is Moreno Valley, we seem to have to constantly sacrifice our health for the benefits that come with projects and other proposed projects like this. For example, Calco Commerce that was approved recently in Mead Valley, we see that these developers propose these warehouses with a park, with this, with that. And just to echo what Andrea said earlier, why can't we have these benefits without these warehouses or parcel hubs that are being set in place? We see that at the November 18th City Council meeting, Mayor Pro Tem and council members shared their reasonings for supporting a 45-day warehouse moratorium, some of them including the oversaturation with warehouses and that there's risk and threats to public health, and that residents have been consistently asking the city and city council to take action. Yet we are here talking about a project that does have its benefits, right, but we seem to be ignoring this negativity and I guess the concerns that are not being brought up because it's a different phase. So what is going to happen with Valverde? What's going to happen with all of Phase 2?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Nina Ray. Marisela Martinez. And Nick Gambleton.
I'm the Olive Garden representative that had spoken already. Thank you.
Marisela Martinez.
Necesito un intérprete, por favor.
Ya viene.
And you have 3 minutes if you choose to use it.
Thank you. Ya, okay. ¿Ya?
Ya está bien.
Ok. Yo solo quería preguntar cómo tuvieron todos estos terrenos.
I just want to ask, how was all this land obtained?
Yo tenía dos, ya vendí uno. Tengo uno en la Harley Knox y la Nevada.
I had two, and I sold one. I have one off of Harley Knox in Nevada.
Me subieron mis taxes de $1,200 casi a $5,000.
My taxes went up from $1,500 to almost $5,000.
Me dijeron que mi terreno valía $400,000.
They told me that my land was worth $400,000.
Les dije, dame los $400,000 y yo no tengo problema.
I told them, give me the $400,000 and I have no problems.
Yo compré por $57,000
I bought for $57,000
porque yo sabía que yo no podía pagar por uno de $400,000.
because I knew I could not pay for one that was $400,000.
Enseguida me llegaron ofertas y desgraciadamente no entendí bien porque no sé bien el inglés.
Then after, I received offers, and honestly, I didn't quite understand it because I don't
Y
understand English that well.
Ajá, les firmé y me querían vender por más de $300,000 y a mí solo me iban a pagar.
I signed, and they wanted
Los
to sell
taxes?
for over $300,000, and they just wanted to pay me the taxes.
Solo era un contrato por 6 meses, lo dejé que pasara.
It was just a contract for 6 months. I let that pass.
Cuando vi que me hicieron eso, entonces en ese tiempo yo hablé con el tasador.
I let that pass, and when I saw that
¿El
they did that to
condado?
me, after that, I spoke to the county.
El tasador del condado y me volvieron mis taxes a $1,000.
The county assessor, and so they went back and returned my taxes back to
Yo no quisiera a $1,000
$1,000
en vez de los 4,000 y 5,000 que me querían
instead of
cobrar.
the $4,000 and $5,000 that they wanted to
I just want to ask a question. Is this related to this particular?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
¿Está relacionado esto?
Sí, yo lo único que quiero decir es que en vez del parque, ¿por qué no es en una escuela vocacional para
The
la
only
gente
thing
pobre?
I want to say is instead of the park, why don't they construct a vocational school for people of low income?
Que sea gratis.
One that's free.
Y parece que yo fui a Arizona y son las mismas tiendas donde quiera y las mismas casas chiquitas.
Seems like I went to Arizona and it's the same stores anywhere and the same small homes.
Parece que no va a haber competencia para ellos porque son gigantes.
There's not going to be any competition for them because they're giants.
La otra cosa es, yo siempre he apoyado todos los proyectos
The other thing is that I've always supported all the projects.
y yo no me voy a meter a otro distrito porque yo sé que ahí no me puedo meter.
And I'm not going into another district because I know I have no business
Y
there.
aquí parece que todo el mundo viene de todos los distritos y se mete.
And it seems like here, everybody from other districts come and just get involved.
Y
That's all.
pasen
Thank
buenas
you.
noches.
Good night.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nick Gambleton.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Nick Gumbleton. I'm a resident of the city of Paris. I live in the May Ranch community. To be 8 years this month. I'm also a business agent for La Una, Labor's Local 1184. We have a great project on our hands tonight. It's one that the residents of Paris, have been asking for. We have great sit-down dining, retail, grocery, a sporting goods store. It's amazing that what this developer has done and brought to the table for the city of Paris. But other than that, it's almost going to bring 6,000 jobs to this community, and it's going to be jobs from residents that live in this community that are going to work. Those jobs are going to be able to pay mortgages, they give health benefits, and they contribute to the pension. So we're hoping tonight that we can approve this project and get our members to work and working in their backyard. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Omar Gabian. Daniel Gonzalez. Ismael Gonzalez. Godfrey Wishira.
Good evening, Planning Commissioner, staff. My name is Omar Kobian. I'm a representative for the Carpenters Union, representing 600 members that live right here in the city of Paris, and about 5,500 that live in Riverside County. I'm no stranger to speaking in front of you guys. And one of the common themes I've heard from not only the Planning Commission, but the City Council is, why don't we get our slice of some good stores, some good development? Well, here you go. Here's the opportunity. Like somebody said, every project is not perfect. This is business. But now we have a responsible contractor that's not only going to bring jobs, union jobs, but it's going to bring retail, stores. I'm not going to repeat all the community benefits. But let's stop and think the countless hours this city has put forth to present a great project. Let's not waste their time. They're obviously hired by the city to do a great job, and they have done a great job presenting this project to you guys. So I started to think, now more than ever, we're under attack. Our unions are consistently under attack. We do not need our council members, our planning commissioners adding to that attack to our union wages. So for that, I want to also remind $110 billion of union jobs have been cut in this last administration. Don't be part of that. Don't be part of that. So please pass this project unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Ismael Gonzalez.
Good evening. My name is Osman Gonzalez. I'm a Moreno Valley resident. I have family and friends who reside here in Paris. I dare everyone who comes to this podium to announce where they're from and who their loyalties lay with people here or people outside of the city. I took a look at Howard Industrial Partners. Their own website is listed as being located in Orange County, the city of Orange. So not sure why they're coming all the way out here to visit us and to mingle in our business. I agree with the need for communal third places and welcoming resources to the area, jobs, parks, more schools, more infrastructure. But why not consider a co-op garden? Why not consider small businesses? Why not consider affordable homes and parks led by the city and not by a corporation or outside entities? As far as I can see, that land that is being proposed for this project, it's vacant land. Why not make it a park? Everybody says these people, these developers are bringing a park to this area. You don't need a warehouse attached to it. As far as all the businesses, I don't see one small business attached to this project. It's Sprouts, it's Olive Garden, it's Sam's Club. All these corporations have huge.
Thank you very much.
Godfrey Guashira.
Good evening. My name is Godfrey Washira, and I'm with CARE California in opposition to the project. And one reason for opposition is the EIR does not adequately mitigate impacts. CARE's experts provided several feasible mitigation measures that the city should implement to reduce the project's significant air quality, greenhouse gas, transportation, and noise impacts. So for example, our experts found that the commercial portion of the project would generate vehicle miles traveled 100% above acceptable VMT threshold, and proposed feasible mitigation to reduce the impacts, including requiring future tenants to participate in a mandatory commute trip reduction program. In response, the EIR states that the proposed mitigation would be difficult to implement and concludes that the VMT impacts remain significant and unavoidable. Well, difficult to implement does not mean it's infeasible and is not a valid reason to avoid mitigation measures under CEQA. The least we can do, given that there's significant impacts on public health especially, the least we can do is require all feasible mitigation measures to reduce the project's impacts before the city can approve the project, including the measures that were proposed. And housing is not one of the stated benefits.
That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
John and Ann.
Good evening. I'm in favor of this project because I would have.
Will you please say your name?
Daniel Gonzalez. I live in Paris by May Ranch area.
Yeah.
Please approve this project because not only me and my fellow blue-collar workers would save a drive down to downtown LA, downtown San Diego. It would be a 5-minute drive. How cool would it be that I built something and my family can go out there, shop at it, or even eat at these restaurants that are being proposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
John and Ann Mott.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Ann Mott. I'm a resident here of Paris for over 40 years, and also a director on the Paris Valley Historical Museum. I would like to state in favor of this project and all of the amendments on the Harvest Landing project. In particular, the developer took several of us from the museum on a tour in Rancho Santa Fe, and we saw a previous project there which he had developed along with the artwork incorporated from the city. He plans to do a beautiful project. It's worth $2 million in local historic artwork, which would be part of this project, which I am very much in favor of. As a resident, I am, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was on the city council in 2000, and the city council initiated an industrial plan for the North Paris area because of the flight zone. And like for the city to put a moratorium on industrial, there's a lot of empty lots. There's no other use for it than industrial. So you should look at it financially, the benefit of the industrial development, because I know it's really helped the city. And as far as trucks and things in the future, they're saying, you know, there'll be electric trucks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Franco Pacheco. Carla Cervantes.
Hello, my name is
Evelyn
Franco
Flores.
Pacheco with Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice. I'm here opposed to this project. I'm a resident of Paris. I have deep roots in Paris. I have been a resident for over 33 years. And the Paris City Council unanimously voted to enact a 45-day moratorium. And it reads, establishment and expansion of industrial warehousing and distribution uses. It limits these so that the study of the effects of all the pollution, all the truck traffic, all the negative effects of the warehousing that Paris has approved in the past can be studied. A parcel hub is a distribution site. It falls under this category. It's a warehouse. So I want to point that out. Also, I want to point out to all the residents that are in favor of the park, this specific plan, how it's written now, already includes a park as mandatory of any developer that comes through. The 90 million that's in infrastructure, it's already mandatory of the development, any development that comes through. So we also want to emphasize that the phase 2 part of it with the soccer field, it won't be built until maybe 10 years from now. And it's not even written in stone in the development agreement. Also, I spoke with the Valverde School Board member, Miranda, and the deputy superintendent. They say they cannot support a project if it hasn't been brought up for consideration to the board. So I saw in the staff report that it said that the Valverde School District supports this project, and that's false. I would like clarification on that if they can. And please revise this project to remove the parcel hub from the site. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carla Cervantes.
Good evening, Planning Commission. My name is Carla Cervantes, here with Sierra Club San Gorgonio Chapter, Inland Valley Alliance for Environmental Justice, and Mid Valley Clean Air Coalition. Those are all pretty cool, but more than anything, I'm a resident and I live here and I breathe here. So that's really important for you guys to understand that we're here to advocate for everybody here. This project would be removing housing and destroying a school in order to be built. That's very concerning. Valverde Elementary has some of the largest special education programs in the district and serves families in Mid Valley, Paris, Moreno Valley, which makes it a very unique school. We want to address AB 98, and the project, although claiming to be warehouse-free, is adding a parcel hub which will add additional trucks, even more so than a warehouse into our region, which is already suffering some of the highest asthma rates and the highest particle pollution in the county. For the families that attend this park, they'll be breathing in fumes that will increase the risk of cancer, breath defects, respiratory illnesses, heart disease. That doesn't need to be the case. This project needs to be transparent. With all of the phases, there is also a concern with Val Verde School District. I'm a taxpayer here, and I'm in the Val Verde District area, so knowing that this project requires a school to be destroyed for a parcel hub, which is really a euphemism for warehouses, except a parcel hub would add more trucks. In Paris, the Paris residents have been very vocal about no longer needing these kind of projects. I understand my neighbors, we do want parks, we want shopping centers. We've came here and asked for these things, right? But it doesn't need to be attached to logistics because it doesn't happen in white areas. These kind of projects where they promise these kind of things in order to risk our health are only happening in Black and brown communities, and that's not right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Esbeidi Flores. Dean Daniel. Fernando Gonzalez.
Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for hearing from us today. My name is Esbeidi, and I'm representing KIX L'Academia. I lived in Paris for 25 years. It's where I've raised my kids, built friendships, worked, and watched our community grow. That's why I'm here to speak from the heart in support of the Paris Harvest Landing Project. This isn't just about new buildings, it's about opportunity. Over 12,000 jobs will be created right here in Paris. That means our kids, our neighbors, and our friends won't have to leave town to find jobs. It means stronger families and a stronger local economy. It's also about safety and progress. Harvest Landing will invest into roads, intersections, and fire safety systems. These improvements make our city safer and easier to navigate, not just for today, but for generations to come. And here's what really matters to me. This project gives back. Up to $5 million every year will go toward fire protection, parks, and public safety programs. That's money that helps keep Paris vibrant and secure. I love this city and I want to see it thrive. Harvest Landing is a chance to do that, responsibly, sustainably, and with pride. Let's make Paris a city our children and future children will never want to leave. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Dean Daniel.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Dean Daniel. Oh, sorry. Mike, thank you. Good evening. My name is Dean Daniel, and I'm with Daniel Fine Arts Services. We are a company that specializes in providing art programs to hospitality and commercial projects all over the world. We have a history of working with the Howard Industrial Partners in past projects, and they have provided investment in really nice, high-quality art programs that have lasted the test of time. They're committed here to bring a public art program to this project that will be an asset to the community and to the city. We have already been working with the Historic Society and the museum to come up with themes that they want to see represented that tell the story about the local community and the history here. We have themes such as ranching and farming, the railroads, Clarence Muse, and the Caderas family, and mining. This will bring visibility to public art in the area. It will bring accessibility, and again, it will bring a quality product that will last the test of time. And that's it. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Fernando Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Fernando Gonzalez. I am a resident of Paris. I just want to shine a little bit of perspective about what some of the folks were talking about. I'm actually a coach. I have two boys team here in the city of Paris. That's my biggest passion. But more specifically, someone did mention the 2,000 families that we had to deal with, that we had to, try to find spaces. As of today, we only have two parks. That's Metz and Patriot Park. And we had to split basically by shifts as if we're doing an additional job. That's 5:30 to 7 and 7 to 8:30. Some of our coaches have to deal with coaching kids as late as 8:30. And if we pass along any after that, the lights just shut off on us. Not to mention the chaos that it causes, just simply parking. As of the last few weeks, now we're getting notices from the city that they will be giving out tickets to the parents because there's just no parking. So I'm just here to shine a great opportunity that Tim is bringing to our city by providing more parks for our kids to be able to play soccer, because we compete. We're in a local league, and we're also at a regional league, and some of our teams are going to compete a state level, and hopefully in the next few years at a professional level against other academies. So that's my goal, and that's my passion, and I hope that you guys take it into consideration when you guys are voting in this plan. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, sir.
Michael Nordina. Yes, please.
Oh. We got you sooner.
Guadalupe Martinez. And Joe Talamantes.
Oh, I have to go sit over here.
No,
You're first, sir.
Hi, my name is Michael Nordman. Good evening, Chair Hammond and the commissioners. I've lived here for 27 years. And when I first came here and I seen the land here, I said, this is God's country. And I knew eventually that they would build a project like that because I had faith. In God we trust, right? So I trust that everything's going to go smoothly because I've been praying about this for decades. I've met many, many Latinos and Mexicans and Cubans in my neighborhood who work so hard and drive so far to go to work. And all they want is opportunity for their children. I'm 67 years old. I'm getting ready to retire. I seen my father, who was a carpenter and helped build Southern California. He was a foreman of a crew of 500 people. And the progress that this company wants to make for this beautiful city is well worth the risk. I just ask that they would take in consideration everything, all the negative, and make sure that we keep our homes, that they don't bulldozer our homes, and that these contracts are lasting and they're not just for a few years. I just thank you for them, and I think that they're coming here and they want.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Guadalupe Martinez.
Good evening, commissioners. I'm here. I'm a resident. My name is Guadalupe Martinez. I've been a resident here in Paris for 4 years. I met Paris and fell in love with it 32 years ago, and I've seen a lot of changes. And one of the things that I am going to ask you to please slow down on this approval. Make sure that the I's are dotted and the T's are crossed. I have seen so many empty warehouses not doing nothing, and I don't know what was proposed or what was going to happen with those, but they're just sitting there. So no jobs came to us. They're still sitting there. They're empty, okay? And in the meantime, like everybody, we want parks. We want, retail. We want it all. Yeah, of course. But please make sure that everything is stated very clearly, because we cannot continue to lose our beautiful open spaces to have these sitting warehouses and then have things not go through and we're stuck. I just don't want us to be stuck. So I urge you to please make sure that don't be so fast to pass this. Make sure that everything is stated clearly and that it is going to benefit us, the residents of Paris, because we love this place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Joe Talamantes.
Hi, my name is Jose Talamantes. I'm a Parisian for the last 10 years. I have 3 kids. Both of them graduated from Orange Vista, and the little one's going to Rancho. At this time, I pray that God gives you the wisdom to make the right choice. You've heard from both sides, pros and nays. The responsibility falls on you. Are you ready with hospitals, schools, to be able to take this influx of people that will come looking for jobs, that will come looking this field that's been promised for all the kids that will get hurt and injured during playing soccer? Which hospital will you take them to? What schools are they going to? All these jobs, these construction jobs, eventually they'll go away. Where's everybody going to move to? Are we investing in our children? Let's invest in their education instead of making them laborers. Let's make them doctors, lawyers, medical engineers. Let's look ahead in the future for Paris, not just in the short term. Let's look at the long term. I pray that you pray and you seek guidance so you can make the right choice. I am for growth. I am for retail. I love and I enjoy going out to the restaurant or eat with my children. I know we need jobs. That's everywhere. But promises are being made. Review the contract. Just make sure that you're making the right choice for Paris.
Thank you very much.
Hector Paez. Victoria Camarena.
Hi, good evening, Commission. My name is Hector Paez. I'm a resident of Riverside and a lifelong resident of the IE, warehouse capital of the world, apparently. I'm here to voice my opposition to the project, specifically the parcel hub component or the logistics warehouse component. I don't think it's needed. If you were to go on the City of Paris website right now, there's 6 million square feet of warehouse development either approved or under construction. I think it was floated earlier that there would be like minimal impacts from the trucks because they're EVs, but they generate just as much particulate matter that gives kids asthma, gives people respiratory issues as the large 18-wheelers due to their increased weight. And I think the rest of the project is great. I think the commercial component is needed. People need third spaces. They need recreational areas. They just don't need the parcel hub. It's unnecessary. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Victoria Camarena.
Hello, my name is Victoria Camarena, and I'm a resident of Mead Valley. This is nothing new, an industrial developer with more money than I can imagine coming into a community they are not a part of to build warehouses they wouldn't dare propose in their own cities. And now that Paris is moving away from industrial development, the developer changed the wording of their warehouse to a parcel hub facility. They are taking advantage of the needs of our community to get more support for their harmful project. How is it that we don't have more fields in the city for the soccer teams? If I were you, I'd start talking with these coaches to find land and the funding to build more soccer fields for the community without the help of Howard Industrial. I want to end with the misleading surveys and information from the developer. I don't know if you all saw the ads they paid for on Instagram, but they did not mention the warehouse or the parcel hub facility. When you click on their ad, you get directed to a website saying new parks and playgrounds, walking and biking trails, better infrastructure, and then fields to input your information that automatically sends a letter of support that conveniently, finally, mentions the warehouse. I urge you to deny the project and ask that you demand complete transparency from future developers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the group from the...
Arturo Avalos.
From the other side?
Araceli Avalos. Yolanda Marquez.
It might be the one that was in the gym.
Rosina Correa.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Oh, yeah.
At this time, what I would suggest is maybe we give people an opportunity, maybe at the gym, just a couple minutes to come over.
We may take a recess.
And just
for-
take a break for them
Yeah.
to come over.
Okay. Now, anyone else in this currently here, even though you didn't fill out a form, did anyone else want to speak? Or are we done? Are we done? Okay. So we're going to take a 5 minute? I didn't know she was getting. Okay, 10-minute recess, and I mean 10 minutes exactly. Okay, thank you. Mhm. Okay, let's reconvene. Who am I- Oh, here we go. I probably will, but they just said. Okay. Thank you very much. I think we're waiting on one commissioner. Are we ready? Good evening. We are reconvening the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting. Yeah, we're reconvening the City of Paris Planning Commission meeting at 8:54 p.m. Thank you that everyone has come back, and I thank you for your patience. As we have closed the public comment portion, we're going to move on to the rebuttal. If the applicant would like to respond to the comments, we always do this at this time. And then we will go into a staff report and questions that we'll start questioning staff, okay? This is your chance.
Thank you, Commissioners. Again, my name's Tim Howard. I've listened to the public comment period this evening with great intensity. There were three themes that I wanted to hit on there. The first is the housing and doubts about it. I'd like you, Commissioners, to direct yourselves to the staff report that spells out the housing requirement and also the conditions of approval. I think that addresses it very, very well and gives some clarity to some of the people who had questions about that. With regard to Parcel Hub, it's clearly not a warehouse. It's been studied as a Parcel Hub through the environmental document and overstudied. And one of the things I'd like to point out that as our need for home delivery has grown over the last several years, locating a Parcel Hub closer to the end user overall reduces impacts on roads and pollution. So I'd like to make that point. It's a layman's point, I know, but if you just think about it rationally, it makes a lot of sense. You know, we have a great company here that's going to be a large employer, and I'd just ask you to revisit your staff if you have any questions. Also, on the EIR Alternative 4, there seemed to be some confusion as to what people were talking about. Again, tonight, we're focused on just Alternative 4. That's what's before you for your approval, and that's what staff is recommending. So I'd ask you to rely on them as well. To the extent that it's needed, all of our technical staff is here to answer any questions that you have forthcoming, and I appreciate the opportunity to address those concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Now, at this time, if you have any questions for staff and or the applicant, now is the time for us, and I mean questions.
I had a quick question in regards to SB 330. Al, you mentioned that it is compliant with SB 330. With the removal of nearly 1,200 units on the specific plan, can you explain how it's still compliant with SB 330?
So the SB 30 language states that you cannot remove or take away residential density. So the applicant looked at SB 30 language, and the solution was to say the land use still exists under the underlying residential area. And so in the life cycle of the project, in the event the parcel hub goes away or the commercial goes away, the developer still has the right to develop those residential density that's underneath. And so it meets the letter of the law, if that makes sense. And so their attorney looked into it, our attorney confirmed that that meets the letter of the law of the language.
So it's very much possible that the residential component of it never gets built out, but it's still compliant because it's the zoning?
Yes, just because it meets the way it's written in the SB 330 language.
Got you. I have a question in regards to the removal of the industrial use of the project. Is that going to be conditioned to the project, the removal of industrial, or is that going to be an amendment to the Harvest Landing specific plan?
It'll be an amendment to a Harvest Landing specific plan. As was mentioned, halfway through the notification process, the applicant is now supportive of Alternative 2, which is staff's recommendation, which includes the provision to update the specific plan and cross out any area that references allowance for a distribution center or warehouses. And so by taking that out, the only thing that's left over is the parcel hub.
So under the Harvest Landing specific plan, MBU clearly specifies that light industrial is allowed. Are we amending that and removing that from that? So we're redefining MBU?
Yeah, so what would happen is when it goes, if it goes to council, let's say, if it goes to council, if this project moves forward, well, it will have to go to council, whether it's a recommendation or approval or denial. And so right now, the applicant is supportive of staff's recommendation, which we would do a word search in all the areas of the specific plan, and that'll be crossed out.
So MBU will be redefined?
Yes, it will be redefined.
Okay. And as it is now, I wasn't able to find a definition for parcel hub under the Harvest Landing specific plan. Is there anywhere in like the city zoning code that mentions parcel hub?
There's some, it's not definitive in our code. There's some clarification, but part of the moratorium, there's a provision that states a parcel hub is not subject to that moratorium, if that makes sense.
Yeah, my question is just, what would not be permitted in a parcel hub that would be in a warehouse? Like where is the clear distinction between parcel hub and industrial warehouse?
The main distinction is the last mile delivery. A typical warehouse and distribution center does not include last mile delivery to individuals' homes. So they would have these transit vans, or you typically when you order something on like a distribution website, or just I don't want to say the name of the typical place people buy things at, but the van that you typically see, like the typical, what do you call it, a transit van that you see driving to your home and dropping off that last mile delivered product that you get to your home, that's the distinction between a parcel hub or a warehouse or a distribution facility.
So it's basically the intended use, but not necessarily the structure itself.
Yes, I mean, it's like, if you can see the building, it looks different in like a typical warehouse when it is a box shape. This one has this little, kind of like a pork shop looking shape, and those are designed for a parcel hub.
Got you. In the I believe it was. Alternative 4 of EIR, is the residential area, is that going to be overlaid MBU as well, the north side of Orange Avenue, or is that going to be zoned residential?
That is zoned residential.
Okay.
There's no overlay on the
Okay,
north
so
side.
that's not MBU.
Yeah.
Okay, got you. I do have a question for the applicant, if you're willing to answer questions. So you requested to add 6.2 acres to the specific plan. Considering that there's already a school there, like, is that addition to the specific plan detrimental to this project? Like, do you guys have a specific plan already on what you guys want to do with that 6.2 acres or 16.2 acres?
Kenneth, could you direct me to the exact location?
IT, can you put back up the staff's presentation?
That's the applicant's presentation. Can we switch to staff's presentation, please?
It's the school site.
Okay, so I'm sorry, Commissioner, tell me the question regarding the school site.
So you're requesting to add 16.2 acres to the Harvest Landing specific plan. Is this detrimental to your project? Do you need it? And if so, what is your plan with that 16.2 acres? Do you have a specific plan with it already?
As you know, as is contained in your staff report, I, as the applicant, have engaged, the school engaged with us, and we're in a very sensitive part of a relocation. I'm not sure I'm the best person to speak to, but we do have someone from Val Verde, and I don't mean to shift or do anything. I can talk about the future, but I do have, Patrick, do we have our assistant superintendent here? You want to get into the fire? Because I would like to throw you in. So, the future, the future will include. Oh, sorry. So, here, how do we answer this one?
I just want to know, because you're asking us to include 16.2 acres to the specific plan. Phase 2 is very broad. There's no clear plan. So why are we adding that many acreage to it?
Yeah, Garrick Owen, O-W-E-N, Assistant Superintendent with Val Verde Unified School District. It's not detrimental to, I don't know if it's detrimental to his plan or not. The school, where it is currently located, would not be ideal if the plan was approved as is. And so the district has engaged in possible alternative placement or plans. We don't have an exact idea of what we would do, but we wouldn't want to keep it there. So if the commission approves, which we have zero opinion on, we have a mitigation strategy for the district moving forward.
Even with the included residential that you guys are providing across the street from the school, that school still wouldn't be a good location for it?
Well, with the proposal, as I understand it, of industrial in the purple section around the school and its current location near the freeway, if you approve this plan, the district is prepared to engage and find an alternative place for those students.
Okay. Thank you.
So, so, there you have it. There's a letter in your package where we tried to speak about the future. The school is too small for its current student body, and we have a solution there that the school district and my team are discussing. We're very close to an agreement there. And then in terms of the future, that becomes the NBU. My plan for the future is to maximize the highest and best use of the property. So what I would like to see, since we're not building warehouses, is what I beseech you for is your support in helping us locate a medical center there, or perhaps some other institution of higher learning. But we need to do our best for not only the community, but its residents, and we have to come up with a sensible development plan. So that's why we've stricken the warehouse component from that site, and that's why I'm trying to attract a medical center. We've had some good success and great conversations. We have our new medical campus across the street. The county hospital is overflowing. So to the extent that the city leaders and I can get together and attract that type of use, that's what I'd like to see in the future.
Okay, thank you so much. I have a question in regards to your parcel, your hub. I just want to get more details about it.
Sure.
So what's your anticipated amount of truck trips that you guys are expecting from this parcel hub?
Let me be generic in that answer, and then we also have available, our traffic team is here this evening. The parcel hub was overstudied in terms of its impacts. We had to do this because it's part of an ITE calculation. To the extent that traffic and trips were studied, they were done by our consultant EPD. And Jeremy, do we have our traffic? Get ready for this one. This is going to be a blockbuster.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Alex Garber, and I am with EPD Solutions and helped prepare the traffic study for this project. So specifically for the parcel hub, we are looking at 186 truck trips a day, which that includes trips in and out of the project. So we're going to be looking at 93 total trucks generated by the project daily. In the peak hours, that's going to be looking like 29 trucks during the AM peak hour, and then 19 trucks during the PM peak hour.
And do you have the information of what the difference would be for what your guys' intended uses versus a warehouse, and what the difference in truck trips would be for that particular hub?
So I don't have, what I have is the rest of phase one, and the rest of phase one without the parcel hub. That's with looking at because the traffic study looked at the previous warehouses that were along there. And a warehouse would generate a higher proportion of trucks. The ITE rate for warehouse is about 35% trucks per square feet or per 1,000 square feet, versus a parcel hub, which is much closer to 12% trucks as compared to passenger vehicle trips.
So we're looking at a decrease in truck trips with the parcel hub?
We're looking at a lower percent of trucks, yes.
And do you know exactly what type of classification this type of parcel hub is required for the operation? What classification of trucks?
What classification of trucks? It has a mixture of 4-axle trucks, 3-axle trucks, and 2-axle trucks. Parcel hubs do have a higher percentage of those 2-axle truck and smaller van type trucks, given that there are, it's taking packages coming to the facility, being sorted to more localized areas, and then being delivered to specific locations, as opposed to a warehouse, which is kind of large packages coming in, being repackaged for more international or national locations, and then being shipped back out.
So we're still going to be looking at Class 8 big rig trucks going into this location?
There is going to be a portion of those that are going to be restricted to frontage road going to the parcel hub, and then going back out to the Placentia interchange onto the I-215.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Before you leave, you say
Coming right back.
you say what is the hours of the peak AM and what is the hours of peak PM?
So the peak AM is typically between 7 and 9 AM in the morning, and then the peak PM is going to be between 4 and 6 PM.
When everybody's coming home and going to work.
Yes.
So what is a radius? And this is probably a question for FedEx, perhaps. What is the radius of final destination deliveries for the packages for this hub?
I don't know the answer to that. Hopefully someone else on the team will come up, but while someone else is seeing if we have that specific comment.
What is your name, sir?
Sorry, Jonathan Shardlow. I'm with a consultant to Howard Industrial Partners. I'm with Alan Matkins. I'm a land use attorney. And I just wanted to comment on the peak hour question. So that was back to Tim's comment about how we had to conservatively analyze under the ITE rate, which is the Institution of Traffic Engineers. So that's just a model for millions and millions of buildings. It's just a model. We know who the tenant is. Most of the time, it's a speculative development, and you don't know who the end tenant is. Here we know it's FedEx, right? FedEx is not going to send their trucks into the highest peak time because that's just not, the whole model of FedEx is to get their trucks and really more their vans to places on time. So the peak time is significantly overstated. And I mean, everyone kind of knows. A parcel hub is even more limited than what Kenneth remarked on in terms of last mile delivery. It's not a fulfillment center like an Amazon. It would never be an Amazon. This is not a warehouse. It's a parcel hub. So you're talking about the United States Postal Service or UPS or FedEx or there's really, I don't even know if DHL exists anymore. It's a very limited amount or type of tenant. And this building is built specifically as a parcel hub to get your overnight mail, which businesses use, your community uses, to get a check somewhere, to get a notarized deed somewhere, whatever it might be. This is a FedEx facility. We know who the tenant is. We know how they operate, and the ITE rate and the analysis of the CEQA document is highly conservative. So I just didn't want you to think that there was a significant amount of truck activity in that peak time, because that's not going to be the case. We know who the tenant is going to be, and we know how it's going to operate.
Thank you.
On that same note, can I ask then if we're not expecting a lot of truck traffic? I see that there is a huge amount of trailer parking stalls. Why would we need so many if we're only expecting 29 trucks at the AM peak and 19 at PM peak? Why do we need 300 and something or even 80 stalls if it's going to be low quantities?
Hello. So as we were mentioning, the type of facility that FedEx is, the peak hours I provided you, the 7 to 9, the 4 to 6, is the peak hour of the adjacent street. As we tend to experience going to and from work is around those times. The trips sound quite low because FedEx does not typically operate at the same peak hours that we do for work. They're going throughout the entire day, having deliveries earlier in the morning, in the afternoon, and later in the evening. And so the amount of parking required is because there are going to be vehicles that are there sitting the entire day not utilized, and having a larger fleet available to them is going to be more helpful for these types of parcel hub deliveries, as you will see for these types of local distribution and parcel hub facilities. You have higher amounts of parking required, so you can have vehicles that are sitting ready to go when a delivery is ready. And they are truck trailer stalls that are utilized more by those vans, 2-axle, 3-axle trucks, not large 4-axle trucks that are waiting there for long periods of time. This is not a truck trailer parking lot. This is a parking lot for those types of van 3-axle trucks for this type of facility.
Okay. Do we not modify the length then if we're using a 4-axle van versus a big rig? It's completely different sizing. And
It does. It provides flexibility to not have restricted locations of where, when that 4-axle truck, which I mentioned will be coming, does come to provide a delivery to the FedEx facility, that there isn't a confusing kind of layout for parking. It is easier to have striping that's consistent throughout that then can be utilized by whatever size truck does come.
Okay, thank you. Brad?
Absolutely.
Would you be able to answer, looking at hubs in the vicinity or close by, or this type of hub somewhere else, the research I've done states there's more traffic, but based on your experience, and we're looking at the traffic flow and we're looking at those things and the impact to Placentia, would you talk about the impact? Is there going to be just the traffic flow to and from?
Yeah, good evening. So what the applicant's team is presenting, I think there was a slide with the truck route showing that Placentia directly to the facility alpha frontage. So that is accurate, where it's only strictly for that truck route there. And as far as what Alex was mentioning about the ITE, yeah, those numbers are accurate with the ITE, where, you know, the ITE, Institute of Transportation, they have a land use code 156 that talks about parcel hubs, and they have a trip generation rate just specifically for 4+ axle trucks of 0.34 per 1,000 square feet. So what the numbers that Alex presented, the 190 something, that's accurate with the ITE data.
So to clarify, is that a number based off of 322,000 square feet, or is that based off of 391, if I?
So
correctly say?
our TIA initially had the 322, but Alex did the correlation for the 395 there. And again, as they were mentioning with the ITE, they take nationwide data. And for this land use code 156, there were 8 data points throughout the nation for these parcel hubs, and that's how they acquire this 0.34 numbered trip generation for the trucks alone. There's other generation numbers for, you know, passenger vehicles, and this is typical for any project.
Okay, and when we're looking at the layout and parking stalls, is that pretty accurate? I'm asking staff for other parcel hubs that we see throughout with, because I saw the requirements for the parking and all that. Is that pretty standard, or is it bigger than most hubs? Does it have more parking, less parking? How does this compare to other hubs?
I'm going to defer to the applicant because there's not many parcel hubs. And at least to my knowledge, there might be a few in the region, but they're not as common as the warehouse. So I will defer to the applicant to answer that question, because we don't. This is the first parcel hub we have encountered in Paris.
So I'll answer 2 questions. I'll start with the question about, because they're related. So the question about how far in terms of radius, the closest FedEx parcel hub in the region is in Rialto. And so those trucks and vans probably go in a 50-mile radius. With the inclusion of this parcel hub, if this project is approved, it would probably limit that to a 25-mile radius. So you wouldn't have trucks from Paris needing to deliver to Rialto, Colton, San Bernardino. So it'd pretty much be like a San Bernardino hub and then a Riverside hub. So it'll actually reduce vehicle miles traveled, trucks and vans. And then your question about why there's so many trailer stalls and is that normal? The answer is yes. Well, I'm an Inland Empire resident. I don't drive by the Rialto site often, but I know it well. But the site that I know is off the 15 at Cantu Galeano, which is a UPS facility. And the reason they have so many trucks is because, again, this is not a warehouse. Warehouses don't have their own fleets. So you always see these, you don't know who the trucking company necessarily is. Here they have their own fleets. And so they don't ever use outside fleets. And so they park all of their trucks for their fleets. So they're not being used every day. But if you were to drive the 15 or to look at a picture of that UPS facility, you would see it looks very, very similar. And you could look at the Rialto FedEx facility as well, and you would see that it is very similar in terms of the amount of all types of parking. And then I just want to make one additional comment about, trucks and vans and two axles. And the traffic study analyzes all of these uses using a metric called PCE, passenger car equivalents. So it takes all these uses and says how much traffic congestion or trips are going to occur by land use. And the fact is, and the city of Paris actually has a separate study showing this based on AQMD data, that the retail will actually have more trips, more PCE trips, and the housing would have significantly more PCE trips than a parcel hub, or even if it was a warehouse. A parcel hub is actually the best use if you wanted to limit traffic congestion or vehicle miles traveled.
I have a question about the operation of FedEx. I'm assuming it's most likely potentially to be two shift or maybe 24-hour operation. What is the occupancy use or employee use during the time? Is it 800 people per shift, or is it 400 people per shift? Because it was stated that there's approximately 800 employees. Is it?
Yeah.
How many people are using the facility at one time?
So there's going to be 3 shifts. The shifts during what I'll call peak business hours are going to be higher because that's when there's more loading, unloading, and the movement. You don't get FedEx packages. Well, a lot of the time you don't get FedEx packages at 4 a.m., right? So there will be a lot of employees at night, but there won't be a lot of truck activity at night because most of that truck activity is going to be when businesses are open and can accept deliveries and as well as households. So I'm giving you an educated guess. It's probably 40-40 in terms of the normal shifts, and then the nighttime or graveyard shift would probably be 20%. But the 20% at nighttime is going to be mostly sorting mail for local deliveries.
So the minimum required parking is 101 stalls. You're requesting 109 stalls, 108 stalls, or 808 stalls, I think it is. Why such a large amount of parking required for vehicles?
Mostly related to crossovers of shifts because you can't have trucks loading and unloading at the same time. There's not. So really, if you were to look at how do you limit truck activity, it would be by the loading dock, meaning the amount of trucks parked on a site is not indicative of the intensity of the site or trucks of the site. Just like parking, like if you go to a Walmart or a Home Depot, right, and it's a big power center, usually, 20%, maybe probably higher, 40% of the parking spaces, but there's always a space. And like I was saying before, with respect to its fleet, that's its entire fleet, and it has to be right there on that property, unlike like a warehouse user who hires a third-party vendor who's going to the port and coming back, going to the port, coming back. It's a completely different use. So that's their whole fleet there, and that's why there needs to be that amount of spots. And again, if you look at the 15 and UPS there, you'll see that that's pretty indicative. And I live in Eastvale, very close to that site, and I'll see a UPS truck, but it's not like they're lining up. It's 100 trips sounds like a lot of trips, but if you divide it by 24 hours, that's one trip every. I'm so horrible at math. One every 15 minutes, approximately.
And is that, Brett, is that comparable to, what would a warehouse have for trips per hour or for industrial or just regular warehouse?
I mean, it depends on the type of warehouse, the type of use. Obviously, fulfillment centers bring in more truck traffic than some warehouses, like where, it's some operation, tire shop, So it depends, but per ITE, it's somewhat in line with a warehouse with the truck generation.
Okay, so
And again,
fulfillment-
this is ITE,
Yeah.
and it takes data points throughout the whole country. And as the applicant's speaking, maybe their operation doesn't fall quite in line with the IT, but that's, what the general rule of thumb is to base traffic studies off of.
Okay, so fulfillment center, what would we look at for truck traffic?
Sorry, what was that?
For a fulfillment center type of warehouse?
I'd have to,
Oh,
they
please.
have a few numbers in their traffic study, but I'd
I
have
see,
to
yeah. Sorry,
kind of
Brett, okay.
compare, but I could get.
It would be approximately 5 times more, right? Is that
For
for a fulfillment center based on, like, IT rate 150 versus the fulfillment center? Or you could take the parcel hub and compare it to high cube fulfillment. So there's multiple IT rates for warehouses. There's a general warehousing one, which is 150. And then they have high cube sort, high cube non-sort, just general industrial. I mean, there's multiple.
Multiple, okay.
And parcel hub is one of the lowest, if not the lowest.
Oh, he has the numbers, I think.
All right, if we want actual numbers, here we go.
Yes, I like numbers.
Yes.
I do like actual numbers.
So, per 1,000 square feet, we have a typical warehouse is going to be 1.71 trips per 1,000 square feet. We have our general light industrial, which is 4.87 trips per 1,000 square feet. We have a parcel hub, which is 4.63 per 1,000 square feet. And might I add, while I give these ITE rates, the truck percentages are wildly different between these. So that's where the parcel hub generates more trips, but it's a much higher percentage of passenger vehicle trips than trucks. But if we want to keep going, we also have industrial park, which generates 3.37 trips per 1,000 square feet.
Is that just trucks or just so they know?
That's
everything-
total trucks.
Everything, yeah.
Correct.
Just
Or
so
that's
you're-
total trips,
just so
sorry.
you're
For all
aware,
of them,
just to
right?
make
That
sure.
was total trips
Correct,
for all
those
of
were
them.
total trips for all of them.
Okay.
Percentage, yeah, so, yes, and that's where the warehouse truck rate is 35% trucks. The general light industrial is 5% trucks. The parcel hub is 12% trucks. And the
Industrial
And-
park.
Hmm?
The last one was industrial.
industrial
park.
park. We,
That was what I said was approximately
yes.
5 times more. I'm just trying to, I think that's one of their.
Yes, so I don't have the fulfillment truck percentage specifically in front of me, but
I believe fulfillment centers, they do bring in a lot more passenger vehicles than trucks. So I mean,
that is due to the hand sorting requirements.
exactly,
for
but it
bringing
depends
in,
on the
yes.
operation, so
Mhm.
it's very dependent.
And then the industrial park is a mixture of kind of the manufacturing warehouse and all of that. So that is going to be closer to like 20% trucks,
Okay,
kind of an average of all of them.
thank you.
And then as kind of was mentioned earlier, to give context, the commercial portion of this is about 400,000 square feet, slightly larger than the parcel hub, but does generate 94% of the trips for phase one, as compared to the 6% of trips generated by the parcel hub.
Question for that is what, for the commercial area, what percentage do you think or know will be from outside of Paris? And what is portion of it to be inside Paris? Can you know that?
I can't state specifically where the trips are coming from, I can state that the amount of commercial that is in this area versus the amount of residential in this area means that I would presume a decent amount of trips would be coming from the residential to the east of this site from the city of Paris. But I could not specifically state the percentage that will come from Moreno Valley or Paris. That's just outside of the technical capabilities of our traffic modeling.
So how important is the 615 doors to the retail portion of the project?
I'm sorry, if you could repeat.
I can answer that.
You got
It's
that one?
not, it's not technical. So,
got it.
from a business perspective, it's not that important. Obviously, it's great if you have a soup, salad, and breadsticks for $11.99 that you can, walk to. But this is a regional shopping center. A regional shopping center, maybe like your one on the south side with the Corky's and the Home Depot. It's going to be similar to that in terms of there's Home Depots everywhere, right? I don't say everywhere, but every 10 miles. So you're not going to get people driving 30 miles to go to Home Depot or to Hobby Lobby when there's others within, 10 miles. You'll get a lot of pass through. People that are going to play soccer. Again, Inland Empire's got a lot of big soccer facilities. That's influx of people coming in on the weekend. They're filling up their tank. They're eating out. They might even go by Target. But for the most part, percentage-wise, it's your local residents that are going to be shopping at, Sam's Club. Because, again, there's probably another Sam's Club within a 10-mile radius. So it's mostly, it is a regional shopping center, but I think if you did the stats, it would be 70% probably localized Paris day to day.
Okay, I appreciate the fact. I'm not finished.
I did want to follow up. Brad, are you familiar with like the South Coast air quality? They did a report in 2023 where they specifically talked about these types of distribution centers. I don't want to say distribution center, but just a parcel hub. If you're familiar with it, would you talk about to the findings of it, particularly with like the trips, truck traffic?
Yeah, so WRCOG through what I forget, I had my notes.
It's the
one
South
second.
Coast Air Quality Management something or other.
Yeah, through
Yes.
them and ITE, they actually conducted a local study back in 2023 on some fulfillment centers and some parcel hubs throughout the area. Their data for just the parcel hubs, it ranged, again, it depends on use, but
Okay.
it ranged from as low for heavy truck traffic as low as 0.03 trips, daily trips per 1,000 feet, as high as 2.94 daily trips per 1,000 feet. So again, it depends on use and what is coming in,
Okay,
but though that study did have that type of range.
okay. Thank you. Staff, did we get elevations of and locations for trash enclosures, what they look like, where would they would be located? In here, but did we, no, not what they look like. Did we have that?
While you're looking, I would just add that water quality requirements require that they be, that they have a roof structure on them. And to have a roof structure, normally it's like a split-face decorative block wall. And then your locations have to be a certain distance because obviously you're not going to go through the entire parking lot across the whole parking field. So that is something that I know that staff looks at, but it's also a state requirement in terms of ensuring that there's not, water seepage into trash cans and then the locations of them and how far they can be. It's regulated by state requirements, but then there's also the aesthetics issues. But we'd be proposing enclosed trash enclosures.
Yeah, I'm not sure what page, but she's got a picture of where they would be located, just not what they look like. That's all. Okay.
Yeah, we're looking, if you can give us a few
Oh, yeah,
minutes.
of
I know I do know that there's a plot plan or site plan that shows the locations of the trash
Yeah.
enclosures.
Have that, but I
Yes.
want to see what they look like, because we
Yes.
like to look
So
at
if you don't
everything.
mind giving us just a few minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I think there's a condition of approval that, our standard condition of approval, okay. Okay. Go for it.
You have any more questions on the hub for right now? Can you go through your timeline of your development? What's your timeline that you currently have? When do you plan on constructing the retail center, the hub, residential, and the sports park, et cetera? What is your full timeline?
I can take that one, Commissioner Shively. As you saw this evening, we have a full house committed to the retail as well as the parcel hub. So those will start immediately. Concurrently, the offsite infrastructure will begin construction as we need to deliver both the retail and the parcel hub as soon as possible. In terms of operation, I would expect that these are both operational by the end of 2027, given construction times, et cetera. We'd immediately, during that process, we would move to begin construction on both the soccer fields and the residential component. Those are not as time sensitive because we don't have commitments yet, but those are coming. We have a number of different people interested, but those will probably follow on right behind the retail and the parcel hub. So it's taken us quite a long time to get to this point, and everybody's anxious to get going. So the timeline will be advanced.
But it is clear to respond to a comment about no commitment. The parcel hub can't get built until there's 3 retail pads that are built.
That's correct.
it's-
That's in the.
Not going to be a problem because again, the LOIs, some are LOIs, some are leases. These guys have been waiting for 4 or 5 years. So the retail is going to go quick. The parcel hub is going to go quick. The homes, people don't build 600 homes at a time. Lennar might take down more than 10. I mean, they'll take down 40 at a time, and they'll want to do different products. So there'll be detached townhomes, attached townhomes, single-family homes. So, you know, there might be a Toll Brothers or there might be a D.R. Horton, but then there might also be the smaller type of mixed use. So I'm not going to lie, the 600 units are not going to be built in year 1, not even year 2, probably year 4 or 5 to complete it. But I would say 50% of the homes would probably be completed. Year 3, I would say, would be, you know, the likely number. But also, there's tons of infrastructure that's required. So that also makes the project continue to move along because you can't build 1/3 of your site while also building, like EMWD said, all of these wells and recycled water and infrastructure. I think the number out there was 90 million of infrastructure. So it's not, this isn't, hey, we're going to entitle the entire site and then never build it. There's requirements in the development agreement and the community benefits conditions of approval that require that it get built out. And the development agreement itself only lasts for 10 years. Which is actually a very small amount of time compared to what the government code allows.
Thank you. Brad, is it a requirement for all the roads and infrastructure of roads and street signals? Is that a portion of phase one? The road along Indian, the road along Orange? Is that all part of phase one, that requirement?
Yes, so everything as they're proposing, it's concurrent. So we're going to be asking for all the infrastructure, including storm drain. I know Mr. Howard had the $90 million figure at the beginning of this slide, and it's an accurate number where all this storm drain infrastructure, all the roadway infrastructure, all the medians, all the parkway landscape, all the public infrastructure are conditions of approval, and that would have to be in place before any type of occupancy.
And that $90 million is today's dollars, not.
Yeah, so I mean, it could potentially go up depending on when it actually gets constructed. So it's a legitimate number. I mean, I haven't run the numbers personally, but there's a lot of significant improvements that they would have to do.
So where the traffic lights where are they supposed to be placed?
So, gotta get the list. I'm just trying to find the condition for you.
I got you. Here we go. So for the signals, there are 7 signals proposed, which includes Paris Boulevard and Harvest Landing Way. We also have Orange Avenue and the driveway across the street from that existing shopping center. The traffic study identified it as intersection number 46. We also have Orange Avenue and Barrett Avenue, Orange Avenue and Indian Avenue, Frontage Road and Barrett Avenue, Frontage Road and Private Drive A, and then Frontage Road and Orange Avenue. In addition, we are proposing modifications to 3 existing intersections. That includes Placentia Avenue and Frontage Road. That includes Paris Boulevard and Nuevo Road. And that includes Paris Boulevard and Orange Avenue.
Thank you, Alex. And those conditions, just to kind of point you where it's at listed, we have 3 sets of conditions. Our phase 1 conditions, it's listed at 34G, condition 34G, and it has the list that Alex just mentioned. Are you looking at the specific plan amendment conditions, or was it that one?
That was specifically the specific plan. I saw that it was the same language
ones, right.
and the other 3, so I printed one to save some paper.
Okay.
Okay, more?
How many football courts would fit in the area that, what did we say we're gonna do, 16 acres? How many football fields fit in that space? And I say football because it's football, soccer, so sorry, soccer fields.
Again, I'm going to pretend that I know something, but an acre is 43,000 approximate square feet. So if you had 16 acres, probably two acres, you could easily fit a football field. So it'd be 8, but of course, it'll probably be a little bit less just because you're not gonna pack them in. You're gonna want other amenities. So like when you go to a soccer field, there's places to sit, and there'll probably be other park amenities. Like every park in my city, there's soccer fields, but there's also playgrounds and other types of amenities. So I'll just give you a general number unless we know the answer. 4. There's 4 that would be proposed, along with other amenities from. But we could fit, you could fit more, but you'd be taking other amenities away.
Thank you. Go ahead, ask a question. No, I have.
So I'm trying to phrase the question, and Commissioner Jimenez kind of hit upon it a little bit. prior to this, and same thing with Commissioner Lopez. That school site is not currently in the specific plan. What if they don't want to be in the specific plan?
I can answer that. I mean, they would continue to be able to operate forever as a, well, at first it would be a conforming use, but even if you change it, it'd be a legal non-conforming use.
But I was actually kind of hoping someone from the school district could potentially ask that or answer that. I know it's under potential negotiation, but what if they don't want to be? So is that land just carved out and remains as it is, I'm sure, right? So if that's the fact that the school district doesn't want to partake in that and they want to be able to utilize the 615 homes, and I know they're overbooked or have too many students currently, apparently, there, they could, I don't know if they have a different site in the future, because, originally planned, this community had 1,860 homes. So is there another site that you guys already planned for back in the day when this was originally built out, or?
So the school is 65 years old, right? And it's impacted. The site that we have the letter of intent with the school district is twice the size and will accommodate a school that would go from K through 8. That's what's been drawn on the site currently.
And there's enforceable community benefit contribution, obligation in the development agreement that they would have to work with the school district in good faith in order to find a suitable site. It just happened that an LOI was entered into between the school district and Howard within the last week. So if that fell out, that obligation would return, but there is an LOI for a site that's not close to the freeway, that's not going to be close to, a big power center, that's going to be better for students, for the community, and just general location.
I thought they just kind of started communications with each other.
So,
Say again?
I thought you guys kind of just started communications with each other.
I've been in the job for 2 years. Been with the district for 20. I have heard through the grapevine many iterations of this plan. I can't speak to what my predecessors had discussed, but through council, the district was aware that the developer was interested in purchasing or finding some other place for our land, or purchasing the land, finding some other place for us to put a school. But again, the district has zero opinion on what you guys want to do. We have looked at it and made sure that whatever you decide, we have a strategy to go forward.
But do you have another school site within the general vicinity?
We have a site that's been vetted over the last several years by the school district that's 1 mile to the east. I think in staff's report, they've indicated the location for you.
Yeah, you just had it back.
And
Go
do you
back.
have the size of that location?
Yes, it's 20 acres. It's twice the size of the existing school.
How big is this one? Can we go back?
It's 10.6
You
acres.
just passed it, yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, that's it.
So here it is on the screen above me, above the soccer field.
So did you is there another, excluding this one that they're proposing, is there another site that in this general vicinity that you have looked at?
We do not own any property. We have school sites. There's several. We have Triple Crown just to the south. West there, we have May Ranch, we have Avalon, Sierra Vista. We have several school sites surrounding that area.
Okay, thanks for that information.
And then for this site, I know we've talked about sensitive receptors. I know there's industrial and industrial planning just off of Placentia up north. Was that something that we looked at when we considered the site? I'm asking the developer, because that's really close to industrial, so I'm asking if that was taken into account, or the distance to homes, because now we're building homes and there's no school site close by. So I'm wondering why that site.
Because it was across the street from schools, and it's farther away from the freeway. That's why that site. It's been vetted by Sacramento, and it's passed all of their due diligence at this point.
Patricia, does this proposed site have any residential component currently on it?
Which school site are you speaking of?
His proposed site.
The proposed relocation? There's no development proposed on that site at this moment.
The current zoning is?
The residential?
Yeah, the proposed school site is residential, that area there.
So there's some designation of houses that potentially should be on that site?
It could be, but if a school acquires it, they have the right to be in pretty much any zone. A school site can go anywhere.
Yeah, but are we replacing any? Or is that part of our community requirement for housing?
No, not with the DA right now.
It's not a arena site.
Did you guys conduct a study of what students will be going to this new proposed site?
Zoning.
Because just a quarter mile south is Triple Crown Elementary. It just kind of makes more sense to have Valverde where it's at, especially with the new residential units that you guys are proposing. It just makes sense versus having two elementary schools a quarter mile away from each other versus having this one right across the street from brand new residential units that you guys are proposing. Did you guys look into that? What students are going to be in this brand new school that you guys are proposing?
So we would need to redraw boundaries. We do have declining enrollments. We have we have vetted what we will do, whether you pass it or not, and we believe we have strategies to mitigate either decision.
It just seems safer to leave Valverde where it's at because now all the new residences are going to live in the new residence that you guys are proposing. They're going to have to travel eastward. That's more traffic on Orange Avenue just because of the schools versus keeping them closed where they could literally walk across the street so that's less vehicle travels.
We will mitigate whatever decision you guys decide. That's within your authority to figure out those things. We will build the school that we need and draw the boundaries that we need to have to provide safe and adequate school facilities for students of Paris.
So I think there's been a couple questions that maybe I can answer. They're really good questions. Why is this included in the specific plan? And the reason is because there is a potential, and it's probably a high potential, that the school moves. And if the school moves, there will just be zoning that allows public facilities. If they move, you need some type of base zoning. And we have a base zoning that allows a flexible highest and best uses like hotels, medical offices. It'd be part of a phase 2. But if you leave it out, someone's going to have to come back and do a rezone in order to allow that land to be reutilized or redeveloped because it has a very limited zoning because the school's been there for 65 years. Just because it's in a specific plan doesn't mean anything with respect to the school. They can continue to operate in the same manner forever. So it's just to provide flexibility in the event they do move.
did we consider as we were going through the process, this was all zoned residential, leaving it as residential, and I know Avalon built, the Villages of Avalon built Avalon, maybe having that part of the infrastructure. My question is, do you think the district would be having to find mitigating measures for staff and students if this was to remain residential versus keeping it residential, building it somewhere else and also keeping that residential or working around that? Because you're right, close to the freeway. Further in, more centralized, like where the park is located, would have been a perfect location if that would have remained residential. Was that an option, or did we just move to business park, industrial, commercial, and limiting the residential?
So the current Harvest Landing specific plan's been around for, I believe, over 10 years, and it's never been able to be built because it never penciled. So that's why there's nothing there. And so, the highest and best use, probably when this project started, was industrial. It was during the COVID boom. So over time, with, I don't want to say direction, prodding by staff, hey, no one wants 100% industrial, so let's do this, let's do that. And Tim, for 4-5 years, has been going to the Sam's Clubs and the Sprouts and getting the retail because it was clear that that's what the residents wanted. And it was clear what the council, when they approve projects, even warehouse projects, they want a Dutch Brothers and a hotel. I think that's a site in South Paris. Or they want a Starbucks and a drive-through to open before you get a certificate of occupancy. So we have modified the project over time to meet to allow it to pencil and to meet all of the needs. And as Violetta talked about, significant community outreach about exactly, what was needed. This site is in an airport land use zone. It's actually inconsistent with ALUC's requirements. The city council, approximately 10 years ago, overrode the inconsistency determination. And so these units, from a lot of projects I've worked on, they don't even necessarily exist or count towards having to be redistributed throughout the city. So my point is, and the council today's policy is we want to be consistent with ALUC. So we have a maximum amount of homes without violating the current ALUC's standards. So that's another comment. I mean, I know you really asked, hey, how did you look at the site? But it's really a question of community needs, community amenities, and having the right mix. And we had hoped that the right mix included, lots and lots more of industrial development. And, I think it's just been loud and clear about what the direction of the city wants to go. And so, we have significantly intensified the site and removed all these uses. So no one's going to build 1,500 homes on that site. It just can't work with $90 million of infrastructure. There's just 90 million divided by 1,500 houses, just the infrastructure costs. I don't know what that number is, but if I had a calculator, I'm assuming that's $500,000 of infrastructure cost per home. Then the cost of building, then the cost of land. So you obviously can't sell $1 million home. So really what you see with large sites like this is the only way for them to work is to be master planned with a lot of partners like Sam Clubs and Sprouts and the Hobby Lobbies and the home builders. And that's really what it's going to take for the site to develop. It's vacant for a reason. And this is really a great plan. That's been 6 years in the making and modified. Even the EIR was modified. And even now we're talking about alternative 4 because it's just the best. It's the best. It's a win-win for everyone. It's the best use.
Will staff talk to the ALUC requirements are a little bit more about that, where the location is, what ALUC says about what can and can't be built there if there is different density?
Yeah, the most, for the residential, the restriction is mostly related to residential. And so ALUC, according to the location, being the C2 zone, is limited to a maximum of 6 units per acre. So that really calls for single-family homes. And so in terms of if the city wanted to higher density, we would have to go back and overrule ALUC again, and that would require council authorization if they wanted to do high density. What they're proposing is to carve out that portion north of Orange, because that portion has already been determined by ALUC. We already overruled that area. We're just leaving a portion that has already been overruled, I think maybe 5-6 years ago, or a little longer, I can't recall. But that's the only reason that could be preserved in terms of the way it's set up right now. So, for example, that high density just south of Placentia, that kind of dark brown, that would not, if we were to push that further down, we would have to go back to ALUC, and then we would have to get council approval for that. So this was their solution to comply with the ALUC that we overruled. I can't remember the date, it was 5 or 10 years ago.
Again, this whole general vicinity and this whole parcel or these group of parcels have pretty much been overruled by ALUC to allow the additional occupancy on the sites.
Just for the residential, the commercial has already been, commercial and industrial originally has already been determined by ALUC because they don't have as much of a concern with commercial in this area of town or industrial. So they're not as concerned about that. Just as how their plan is prepared, they're mostly concerned about people living on an area that's greater than 6 units per. And I don't know the science behind it, but we looked at their plans and we spoke with them, and that's just how their rule book works.
And someone misspoke. I just want to clear ALUC. Sorry, the city overrode ALUC, not ALUC overrode the city.
So that whole phase 2, the north of, what is that, Orange? That could be residential.
That could be residential, but it would be limited to 6 units per. It would have to be single family.
But that section that is zoned where it says low and it has a sports park, that could be residential.
Yes.
So that sports park could have been moved and had more residential there?
It would have to be single family, similar to the yellow that's highlighted, the density range.
But single-family homes would require you to build parks under the Quimby Act. So when you build homes, you're building parks. You can't build 10 acres without building a park.
I've seen it happen.
You can pay, it's very complicated. You can pay fees to put a park somewhere else, but it goes to a big regional park. Normally, you'll still have pocket parks, but you'll still have with single-family homes, you're gonna have green belts and you're gonna have, I mean, the fee is so high to incentivize actually building parks on site. So parks are consistent with residential zoning, number one, but also residential projects.
But can you tell me, since moratorium, why are you guys so acceptable to just remove industrial from the whole project, where there was such a large part prior to this?
I mean, the short answer is really politics. So,
Why not?
if we
why not wait it out 10 years?
If we kept the industrial, and went to city council, we probably would not have 3 votes. So, and then the question of why wait it out or try to wait it out. Yeah, you don't sit on land for 10 years of holding costs and try to wait something out.
Ben, so if this gets approved tonight and the addition of, or it's already in here, the removal of industrial is removed from the project already based in what's already in here. Is there some place in the future that this expires, and can they come back and try to add it later?
No, so the development agreement has a 10-year term and a potential 5-year extension, but even after the development agreement expires or is terminated, the specific plan and the zoning would remain in place, and that zoning is going to state and does state that warehousing is not a permitted use in the MBU zone, the specific plan MBU zoning.
Yeah, and then MBU is not a new designation. It was created with a specific plan.
Yes, it was, the MBU has always been there since the plan was originally adopted in 2006.
Correct, and there's not a MBU anywhere else besides this specific plan.
Yeah, this is the only specific one that has that designation.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Kenneth.
Can they build another processing location like they're doing there within an MBU? What is allowed within MBU?
Right now, the MBU, in theory, another processing or hub, parcel hub could be built into our specific plan, but the plan commission can have the discretion to just say to limit to one.
Do we need to add that today if we move it on to say?
You could add that. Currently, Parcel Hub is listed as a permitted use in the MBU, so there's technically no restriction on the number of parcel hubs that could be developed, although we know the plan is only to develop one. So I think that would be a useful clarification, that maximum one parcel
For
hub
that
in the
area.
MBU.
What
specific plan
other-
zoning.
You would need to redo an EIR anyway, so we're fine with that. Meaning, from a land use perspective, it's a permitted use, but the CEQA coverage would not allow a second parcel hub.
We just want to make sure.
So, I'm
What
just saying.
other uses are allowed within an MBU?
Any commercial use, any office, hotel, manufacturing, so any of those type of uses, and any project that would come back to staff, we would verify that it's consistent with the CEQA document. So we would, no matter what use would come back, we would tell the developer to vet through the CEQA process to make sure that that type of project would not exceed the air quality or whatever impact that's part of this EIR that's prepared for your consideration tonight.
Question for the applicant. If you guys know that if you guys are certain that you don't want industrial, why not a rezone to commercial or mixed-use commercial versus amending the MBU definition? It would make more sense to have it zoned commercial if you guys know you don't want industrial.
So MBU allows a significantly higher flexible of uses, such as including 100% commercial. But MBU also allows like hospitals the permitted use table is significantly more. But again, we're not building industrial. Today's mixed use. We could build mixed use today. No one's built mixed use because it's just not the highest and best use. But for example, the school's there and MBU's right up against it. Someone could technically build MBU today. So to answer your question, it's to have, flexibilities. But there's actually projects that the council has asked the warehouses to change to business parks because that is a preferred use. Because carpet sales, or when you go and you look at wood and then, that wood installer, or those little I don't want to say, they could be mom and pop, right? It's small business types of uses. Paris doesn't have a lot of that type of land use or product, and that is a use that is being encouraged at the council level. So business parks are light, very, very light, heavy truck, and have a lot of great benefits in terms of, they're local. Yeah, people are probably driving. I don't want to name another city, but I'm trying to think.
Don't say any other cities.
People are driving pretty far to go to do that type of if that service is needed, they're probably driving to another city to get that service done.
Got you. So you guys want to keep it MBU just for the flexibility of what could potentially be there?
Yeah.
Okay, got you.
Because again, we don't want the land to sit. This is going to be, we want to keep, after phase one, there's going to be a phase two. And residential is impossible. I don't want to say impossible, but it would require a 4/5 council vote to approve residential, and that'd have to be overriding ALUC, which the council is not going to, I don't want to speak for what the council is going to do. It is my estimated guess that there's no way the current political or even future political would ever do another ALUC. ALUC's also now a combination of who sits on ALUC. There's probably members of Paris that sit on ALUC. There's members of Moreno Valley and Menifee, and I could name a bunch. But my point is, people don't, I think you guys are the only jurisdiction in Riverside County that has ever overridden ALUC for high-density residential, ever. And I think the council has realized that was a mistake, and they're actually trying to remedy it. And this project actually is a part of remedying that past override of ALUC.
Okay, for ALUC, I know they have concerns with residential. Do they have concerns too with like a hospital that is also potentially have high amount of people? Do they have concerns about that, or is it just residential?
We would have to go, I would say the zoning allows it. We would have to go back to ALUC because they have a formula in terms
They
of
do.
commercial.
Okay. They
Or
probably
if they're
have
fine
some
with this
everything.
commercial, I just don't know how they would see hospital and how their calculations work for a hospital.
Yeah. I mean, I can provide a little color, but ALUC has a very, and it's not scientific. ALUC's goal is to not have a significant amount of people in a concentrated area for a lot of time. And so when you look at square footage and you have 4 people in a home there all night, right? People are home, even if they're sleeping, for a long period of time. And so industrial is actually the most preferred thing in ALUC. And then even commercial, we have to be careful about having, so buildings actually had to be placed in very specific manners in order to ensure that the calculation from ALUC did not have too many estimated people in the same acre at a given time.
Okay, we're gonna,
I do have some for staff.
Okay, quick.
For staff, just a correction on conditions of approval, number 39, it had the wrong school district, and it does say something along the lines of wherein any other district within it, but it has Paris High School and Paris Elementary. 39.
Okay, thank you.
So just correct it, just make that correction, because it says wherein whatever is there. I just want to be clear that that's what it is. 52D talks about the graffiti, and it refers to look at condition number 58 for graffiti, but graffiti is actually number 67.
Okay, thank you.
And also, under general conditions, we have 4A and 4D talking about like the industrial and I think big rig travel. Is that only if that was industrial? I just want to make sure that it's,
So for the engineering conditions 4A, 4D, it does state the site circulation for the industrial site shall be such that auto and trucks access is separate. Honestly, that's just a standard language that we put in. So, you know, how their site plan shows the vehicles, the passenger vehicles have their own parking lot away from the trucks. The industrial portion, it was just kind of copy and paste,
okay, can we update it so that it does not imply that it could be industrial?
of course.
Yeah. 4A and 4D?
Yeah, so we'll revise that. Again, at the time when we put this in, it was probably before the
From
more.
before
yeah,
it was removed. That's what I thought.
Accurate.
It was probably from before we removed.
Right.
And I think there was a few times where we had the wrong size for the parcel hub.
Yes.
So just making sure we go through and update all parcel hub so that it's reflective of the new change. You knew I was gonna go through and check.
Yeah. In any engineering condition, and I'm sure planning will do, any mention to industrial, it will be stricken to say parcel hub.
Okay, and then I did have a question for Michael, Mr. Brown. Quick question on the EIR. Did we have to do a new one because we made those changes? Was there a change because we had a commercial, because of all the changes we have made? Did we have to run another EIR, or is it accurate? Is there any other mitigation? I'm gonna ask you all the questions. Any other mitigation measures that we can take because there were those things that were identified as could not be mitigated. Is there anything else we could do? Because some of the landscaping barely met the minimum requirements. So I don't know if increasing that might make a difference. So those are all my questions for you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. So in this case, the draft DIR evaluated the project as originally proposed. And then it also evaluated 4 alternatives to the project. Now, for this particular case, the evaluation of alternative 4 is very important because that is the development scenario that staff is recommending and that the applicant is accepting, if you will. So the alternative 4 in the draft DIR is the phase 2 residential alternative, which was basically everything south of Orange was as proposed for the project, and then north was basically from the original specific plan with the residential. Now, following publication of the draft DIR, and in response to both comments that were submitted on the draft DIR by the public, as well as the City Council's recent action to have a moratorium on industrial development, the applicant has changed his scenario for alternative 4. And that means so that the parcel hub was expanded a little bit, all the other warehouses were removed, and the MBU, remaining MBU areas were then revised to no longer reference warehouses. So the final EIR has an updated evaluation of alternative 4. It's even been renamed where it's the reduced phase 1 MBU and phase 2 residential alternative. And all the changes are shown with strikeout and underline and things like that. So the analysis is there for the consideration by the Planning Commission and then also by the City Council. Now, recirculation of the draft DIR would be required if the proposed changes resulted in substantial new information and basically potentially greater impacts than what was evaluated in the draft DIR. In this case, the proposed changes result in reduced impacts compared to what was evaluated in the draft DIR. So as a result, recirculation is not required. The project it's a smaller version of the alternative 4 that was in the draft DIR. So we do not have to recirculate the draft with those changes. Now, regarding potential mitigation measures, the primary impacts here that the city's being asked to override are air quality impacts for regional emissions, greenhouse gas emissions for regional emissions, actually more, global emissions, if you will, noise impacts for one roadway segment, and VMT for commercial uses there. So those are the 4 impacts you're asked to look at. So the EIR looked at basically what the city considered to be the range of feasible mitigation for the project. Certainly there are things that other things that could be considered, and we have a party that's here this evening that in their comment letter on the draft DIR did identify what they thought was additional mitigation that could be considered. And certainly the city looked at all of those things, but it has to be feasible. And For example, one of the mitigation measures that was discussed tonight was, a mandatory rideshare program for commercial employees. Thanks. Well, the South Coast AQMD has an existing rule. It's Rule 2202, and it requires all employers of 250 or more employees to have, reduction programs. I think there's a reason that it has that 250 employee, threshold, if you will. Lower than that, it just becomes more and more difficult to do it. Now, and it's much easier for a larger employer, a single employer, to do that kind of thing. And some industries are much easier than others. Industrial is easier because the majority of your trips or many of the trips are generated by employees, office buildings, things like that. City of Paris is a large employer. For commercial uses, only about 2% of the trips generated by a commercial use are from the employees. To have a trip reduction program, you might be able to reduce, an aggressive one, maybe a quarter of those trips. So you're talking 0.5% of the trips that could maybe be reduced with a successful employee rideshare program. But then you have to have a qualified employee who is managing all that. With certain employers, that's very difficult to do. For example, my son works for Vons. He's a courtesy clerk at Vons. His schedule changes every week. Every day, every week is different. Other employers, if you have a normal 8 to 5, 9 to 6, whatever, where everyone's working, okay, that's a bit easier. But for commercial uses, such as what's proposed as part of this project, they're going to have employees on all different schedules and everything like that. So you're asking those managers to do much more work to not only schedule people when they need, but then also figure out, well, Tom can drive with Sally, so you're adding a whole complexity there. But more importantly there is that because it would be a mitigation measure adopted by the city, that means that the city has to monitor it on an annual basis and everything. So that's why something like that we do not consider to be feasible for a project such as this.
Thank you. Another one for our staff. Would it be possible, there were very restricting elevation and architectural standards where you can use your corporate colors only to emphasize or just, would it be possible to go a step further and add something like we had for the one we did 2 weeks ago, where any changes had to come back to us? I know they were strict because we're concerned about integrity of the elevations if everybody comes in and does their own thing.
I think in this particular project, we can ask the applicant, but they have their tenants in line. This architecture is pretty much set. It's not like with a strip shopping center where we don't know this tenant has come in, this tenant come in. In this particular situation, I will let the applicant verify, but in this particular shopping center, all that architecture has been set, if that makes sense. And there will be very minimal variation because this is the shopping center. And we conditioned them to build the whole shopping at once in one fell swoop, so to speak. And so my suggestion is to leave it, but you can make suggestions. You can ask the applicant. I'm just telling you the way they presented the project to us. It's supposed to be built the way they presented to you.
My understanding too is that,
I can just, yeah, I can, but it's still asking questions, so yes. She.
I'm technically the applicant.
She's one of the applicants because she's developing the commercial.
So we have very strict protocols on elevations for anchor tenants. There's actually an attachment that has the elevations to the lease.
Okay.
So we can't deviate from that. They have certain colors, so.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
and most of the buildings are multi-tenant, so they can't really.
They can't know, but I just want to make sure.
And the other half of it, it appears that there only could potentially be 2 drive-throughs if at all.
Yeah.
In the
And they're
Walmart.
strict. Mm-hmm, they're
or
strict up there.
Sam's Club area, so.
Mm-hmm. No, that was it for me. I was going to say.
Michael, can you explain to me what the mitigation monitoring and reporting program is? And
So CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, requires lead agencies to adopt a plan to monitor the mitigation measures that are adopted as part of approval of a project with a CEQA document. And it lays out, it identifies the mitigation measures, identifies the responsible party for monitoring that. In this case, it would be various departments of the city. And then also, includes a way of sort of checking that the mitigation has been done. But basically, it's city staff reviewing the mitigation measures to ensure that they are implemented as adopted.
thanks, sir.
Okay. I won't
Two more.
be quick.
Because you knew. For phase 2, there wasn't really a lot of mention about phase 2. So right now we're really focusing on phase 1. When phase 2 comes to fruition at some point, is that going to come back to us looking at the elevation, same process we always follow?
Yes, they would go back to the planning commission through a DPR or a CUP process.
But the sports park, because we have seen it, is that part of phase 2, or is that still going to come back to us as part of phase 2?
So the way the sports park, the way it's conditioned, it would go through the park subcommittee
Okay.
for approval. So ultimately, there's a concept, but ultimately that would be sorted through the subcommittee, and they're the one that are typically responsible for how the park ultimately looks like at the end of the day.
And does it also include the other little green section with the park features and the basin and all that, or is it only for the sports park?
I think we put in a condition that they should get feedback from the
both.
subcommittee for the detention basin, although it's not a park because
It's
a
a
developer
detention
maintained.
Yeah, oh, okay. And then for Michael, another one for you. So if they do want to develop the rest of the land, do they have to recirculate an EIR? Do they have to come back? What would be the process if they wanted to build out the rest of the land where they took out the industrial?
The EIR evaluates the potential impacts associated with development as proposed. And so if they come back then with their actual building plans and it's consistent with the EIR, then additional CEQA review is not required. That would only need to occur if additional new changes are proposed at a later date.
Oh, okay, perfect.
Just to clarify, we just caught, from our perspective, an error in the specific plan. The DPR says director, it should be planning commission, development plan review.
Okay, thank you.
So
Yes.
that's what we would recommend.
So we'd like to include that in staff's recommendation, that an edit be made to section 7.2.2, table 7.0-3, permit types and processes. It currently states, development plan review, the approval authority is the director of development services with no public hearing. We feel that's an
Yes.
error, and we'd like that changed to planning commission as the approval authority with yes for public hearing.
Yes, please, thank you.
That's in the specific plan.
Kenneth, I believe in the conditions of approval. The park is supposed to be reviewed by park committee. but I think it says, it doesn't say anything about the park committee, but it says the city council. Yeah.
Subcommittee, yeah.
I think we just put council subcommittee just in case the name change, and so we want to leave it generic.
So I do have one or two, maybe three questions remaining. Going to the park in general and the retention basin, is there, has it been designed enough to be able to clarify how much of the area is theoretically the retention basin, or is the whole park a retention basin? Is there, is the retention basin 5 feet lower than the track, et cetera? How big is that real retention basin?
Commissioner, the detention basin is about 13 and a half acres. It's been designed by our civil engineer, and then we retained a design team for the sports track and the open space behind it. So as verified by our civil engineer, the detention basin is adequate to serve the entire Phase 1 and a portion of Phase 2. So
You don't need the entire 13 acres for a retention basin, so you're kind of designating 6 acres for park, et cetera.
we always intended that geographically, that's where the basin needed to be, but I always intended for there to be more than that. It's a big basin. And so in other cities, we take advantage of being able to utilize that as a type of amenity, which we're doing here. But yes, the basin's been designed by our civil engineer. It's been through a preliminary plan check and will serve as it's on the plan today.
So is it potentially that the layout could be modified after it's reviewed by the park committee?
Yes, yes. It's just as long as the capacity is there and it's safe, yes.
Okay. Okay, I just have a few questions. I won't prolong the agony. More detailed questions. I think they pretty much covered a lot of it, but I think I was part of the original Harvest Landing, back when the wonderful Corderas family was running it. And Harvest Landing, and I remember Harveston, they had a lake, so the lake was there, was part of it, and that was part of that whole plan. And then they did have to have a statement of overriding consideration because obviously had so much residential. Water quality basins put here with 13 acres. I think what it does show is that the northern portion has all the equipment and all that. The open area has the kind of open park. So evidently that's what's being shown here. So that's what the distinction is. That you look at the picture, most of that is just open space, and that would be the whatever drainage. So I think that makes that distinction. I only have a question for the developer, well, just one or two. If you look at Barrett Avenue, and it's hard to see on here, but Barrett Avenue originally was going to stop at the lake. Now it's carried all the way through. But Barrett Avenue, you're showing on the west side this hub. And then the other side was showing a park. Now, I'm looking here, the fencing there that's showing, and I'm not sure if you would be amenable to even moving that whole entire thing to the west, which would make a little bit more sense. But anyway, being as it may, there's a 14-foot wall there that's showing, that's separating that parcel hub. So you don't really see the parcel hub from the park, I'm assuming. And then, but on the other side, where you have the back of those commercial, I'm not sure what kind of fence is going there. So yeah, if you're in a park, you're not necessarily going to want to see. I'm looking at it. It's showing, you're just really looking into the back of those buildings, commercial buildings. Is there a fence, an iron rod, or some railing, or something that's going to that you would propose so that if you're at a park, you're not going to want to see necessarily, right? So there's no real picture of that. I was looking at, the picture you did show is that kind of the northeast corner, but not all the way down that avenue. So it doesn't really show us what that would look like. But anyway, the parcel hub has a proposed 14-foot wall, then an 8-foot wrought iron there, and that picture doesn't show us anything. So, the idea of the Barrett Avenue on the other side, again, it's still not showing. So if you look at the other side, that parcel hub is there, and I'm assuming there's a 14-foot block wall. But on the other side, where the commercial buildings are, you're looking right into the back, right, where the deliveries are made. So were there any plans to have a fence or some fencing there to block that portion off? And I'm asking this developers. If you have a park, you're looking right in the back where people deliver.
Right. So again, prototypes of tenants are very specific. So each of those actually have a low wall that covers the loading area. So we have to build it per their usable prototype and the width of the truck that comes through. But
Okay. How low would that wall be? We're talking 3 feet, 4 feet, 6 feet?
if I remember correctly, I think it was like 6 feet. And so we actually are screening it. Some of the tenants want to put like their signage up there, but right now I haven't allowed it. So
Yeah. The main thing is because the park was on the other side.
yeah,
Was there any? I mean, you don't want to look in the back. You go in Paris. Do you really want to look in the back with crates and everything else? So
yeah, and they're actually so it's mostly for security. So it's actually a huge issue
Yes.
of how we cover the loading areas. So they probably take more care than we would all imagine. They have full studies of it.
So on the Barrett east side, they were talking about the back. There would be a quote 6-foot block wall or wrought iron.
They're actually incorporated into the loading dock, the walls, so that you actually really can't see
Okay.
what materials are being brought from the truck into the store.
Okay.
Are you talking about Barrett?
Barrett on the east side.
Oh, yeah.
East side.
That's right. So I forgot about the topography. So the reason why this area was selected was because it's actually lower in ground. So you actually could not probably see the loading area from being in the detention area.
Okay. So the proposal is a fence in the back of all these stores, Sprouts and whatever's there. We're only seeing what's on the Barrett side, where you see this long 14-foot wall, which is planned. But then on the south side, I shouldn't say the east side of the street, looking into the back of these, you're saying it's a proposed 6-foot wall.
Yes.
Okay, all the way down.
Well, allowing for the trucks to come in.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but definitely it's part of the security screening.
Okay.
So
Okay, because I don't know if that was in there at all to make that separation. Okay. Yeah. Also, too, I'm not going to say loosely use the word park, but this open space is talking about a walking area all the way around, but we're basically not seeing it going all the way around. So is it really all the way around that, or just all the way around that northern portion? See, it's hard to tell you. So we talk about you're going to have these areas we walk, and you have. That's why I'm talking about the proposal. If it's going to be 1 mile or whatever the case, you're walking around. Are you walking around the whole entire basin? And we're not seeing the sidewalk on the eastern side. So on the east side of the basin, is there a sidewalk going around?
It's going all the way around.
Okay, because it's not on here.
Commissioner, these are renderings, and
Okay.
somebody got lazy probably, so I can
Okay.
blame the architect since he's not here.
Okay.
But yeah, remember, these things get maintained, Commissioner, and so I think that it's prudent to have all the way around.
Yeah,
And that's how I got to my mile.
yeah. We just didn't see it, so it was, obviously we're very
Blame the
specific.
architect.
Yeah,
Don't blame me, let's
Okay.
blame the architect.
We're very, very detailed commission, trust
the
me.
architect had to go to the restaurant. It's a very long meeting.
How dare you? Yeah.
So he actually pulled this up and verified the height. So go for it.
Okay.
Sorry,
Just state your name for us.
My name's Daniel Kim. I'm the retail architect.
Okay.
Sorry, I had to hold for a while, and I couldn't hold anymore. So we intentionally, actually specifically designed all of the truck loading areas to have 12-foot tall walls. And they're not just normal walls that are just, flat block walls. They're split face CMU, which is actually, significantly more expensive than flat CMU. And they're decorated with landscaping and colors and paint in different kind of patterns that match the architecture. And then actually some of the major tenants, major A and B, which are the two larger tenants that you see kind of more towards the left side, actually have some of the kind of tower-like elements that we're designing on the front actually replicated in the back as well. So it doesn't look like you're just looking at a flat gray, block wall.
I think the issue is just that if you're walking around a park, you're looking in the back. Nobody wants to look in the back of the stores. I don't want to look in the back of Stater Brothers here. Okay? Some of the stuff you see, you really don't want to look in the back. But the idea that there would be all the way around would mean it would have to go all the way around. So you have your markers, that you check at certain mile. If you're walking around, I've gone a mile or whatever the case, you have those markers, as you've already stated you would do. But you see at the bottom, you're not really showing, even this picture, it seems like it stops, and you just see the architectural.
I don't know if you can pull up any of the rear elevations, but I mean, typically when we do retail architecture, the vast majority of the time, the back walls are just flat.
Well, even around the park, that picture we just showed, all the way around, you don't see that top. See, right here, you don't even see it all the way on the eastern portion.
This got cut off.
Yeah, it got cut off.
So, but that goes all the way around.
It exists, you just can't see it. There is a perimeter around the whole thing.
Okay, we have bad eyes, Commissioner. You and I are in the same boat.
Yeah, okay.
The younger eyes have pointed it out to me that it is showing and it does go all the way around.
Oh, okay.
So,
Okay.
there you go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, I think that's. Yeah, go on, because I'm not going to.
I did have one more. Looking at the larger commercial site, in looking at it compared to the other commercial developments, it just looks very plain, long walls. So I don't know if developers open to working with staff so it mirrors more the farmhouse style, because that just looks like plain wall, and then it's farmhouse everywhere else. So it just doesn't vibe with the rest of it. So, yeah, because it doesn't look tight in right now.
So this is a prototype, but we can make recommendations to them. You're talking about the big box. And so actually staff already, Kenneth even drew it during ICSC, if I remember. We've already kind of tried to push them towards it, and I think they would be open to reasonable suggestions.
We can work with Sam's Club. They just, a typical big box retailer, they have limitations of how much changes they're willing to do, but we can definitely work with them. That's the commitment I can make.
I can send you pictures of really pretty Sam's Clubs in really nice areas.
Okay.
No, please do it.
Yeah, we'll do it.
helps me.
We'll definitely work with.
Okay, I'll send you, because I've been to really nice Sam's Clubs.
So definitely, once this gets approved, hopefully tonight, then that's a good problem for me to solve.
Okay.
Yeah, I was part of the original. Let's just just show you how old I am. But even my name is on there as one of the originals. Take my name off. They got it on there, so I can't escape from it. But it was all residential. It was all residential show there, and we had to do a statement of overriding considerations because obviously the council went along with that, but nothing got done because the economic issues back then stopped a lot of things from getting done from 2010 on. But all I'm saying is this is a different design. We took out the housing, so my concern was when we replacing those numbers, I guess I kind of understand. We're talking about the original 1860, and we're down to 615, so we would have to literally go back, and the council would have to do that, and then they don't seem to be, I don't know that they'd want to do that, so losing those numbers is a lot, but I can see why, I kind of understand why now there was that reduction for the most part. So that was my only issue. See, I'm pretty easy, but I would, you did have the signals placed. A lot of stuff is done here. I read the staff report, And I think I'll just save whatever at the discussion time. But for most part, those are my technical questions, which they pretty much answered. And I'll leave it alone at that unless you guys had anything else. Yeah. Okay. Nothing? Okay, we've already had a public comment, so at this point, what do we do at this point? Yeah, we close the public hearing, and we had the public comment, so now we can do discussion, right? Okay. And who would like to start?
I'll start.
You always do. You have no choice.
Right off the bat, I've seen this project twice already in ad hoc, and hands down, this is the best version that was ever presented to us. It's just extremely detailed. The community, the commercial aspect of it is exactly what the city is looking for, exactly what the residents are asking for. Absolutely no drive-through restaurants, all sit down. We got the Sam's Club, the Chase Bank, the Buffalo Wild Wings, everything that the city is actually looking for. The residents have been crying for. The sports park, that alone, I already know is going to get used absolutely all the time. The city just recently added a soccer field in Morgan Park, and I see that used all the time. Kids, high school kids, middle school kids, kids of all ages use it. So I know for a fact this sports park is gonna be, it's gonna be huge for the city. They're gonna love it. The fact that they're adding 2 wells for EMWD to use water, that's a huge a contribution for this project. But at the same time, there are some concerns with this project when looking at it as a whole. They're requesting an annexation of 16.2 acres to be added to Harvest Landing specific plan, but it seems like there's no clear plan of why exactly they need it. When looking at the relocation of the school, the relocation doesn't even make sense just because it's only a quarter mile away from an existing elementary school. With the added residential that they're going to propose in this project, it makes sense to keep that the way it is. So the annexation of the 16.2 acres, it seems unnecessary. Also, when you start dissecting what's being proposed, what's being asked, we're looking at the original Harvest Landing specific plan. When it comes to residential, the original plan has 135 acres, but what's being proposed today is 85 acres. That's 50 acres of residential land lost. That's nearly 1,200 units that could help spruce up the commercial community area. These businesses need more homes. They need more rooftops. And the removal of the 50 acres residential is gonna be a loss for that commercial component of this project. When looking at the Harvest Landing specific plan and specifically parks and open space, the original plan has 53.4 acres of parks and open space, but what's being proposed today is 29.4 acres. That's nearly 25 acres of parks and open space that's being lost, what's being proposed today. And then going to MBU, the original Harvest Landing specific plan proposes 80 acres, but today they're asking 180 acres. That's 100 acres that they're requesting added. And this is where a lot of the confusion is because phase 2 is still not completely planned out. They're asking for 100 acres of MBU, which we don't even know exactly what's it gonna be. Right now we have this, it's the parcel hub that's being presented, but the definition of the parcel hub is very vague. The only difference is the use of it, but the residents of Paris are specifically asking no more warehouse, no more industrial. But when you look at the construction of the parcel hub, it could look exactly the same as an industrial warehouse. So that component of it could be, it's a little confusing. So I think there should be clear language on that, clear language of what exactly they're looking for as far as phase 2. So those issues that arose are kind of, making it kind of hard to back it as a whole. Yeah, and besides that, I have no further comments.
I agree with my fellow commissioner. There are beautiful things with this. It's bringing in sit-down restaurants. It's bringing in a Chase that people have been asking for, potentially U.S. Bank, Olive Garden, a Sam's Club. So it's bringing in Buffalo Wild Wings, like all of those names, especially the Sprouts, because our community really has been asking for a healthier option for grocery shopping. However, I am extremely concerned about the relocation of the school. I know there has to be like a process. It's not super easy. And then talk about K-8 school. If you ask the parents, nobody wants a K-8 school because nobody wants an 8th grader with a kindergartner out in the walkway at the same time. That is one of my main concerns. The proximity of the schools is not really super concerning because Lakeside Lakeside, Sierra Vista, and Avalon are close together. My biggest concern where the potential relocation is that there is industrial to the north really close to it. That is one of my biggest concerns. I didn't get as many elevations as I would like. There was a lot of repeated elevations or kind of elevations of the same thing from a different angle. I also echo the parcel hub. You know, it kind of feels like residents are getting what they've been asking for, but at the same time, you also got to take this. Like that is not, and I appreciate the developer for saying that, you know, looking into that and really giving the community what we need. I also am very concerned, and I think some of our community brought it up earlier, concerned with the marketing tactics. I got the text, and the way that it was worded was extremely misleading. Had I not been part of ad hocs, had I not been part of this, my husband was so confused. He was like, this sounds beautiful. Where's this going to be? Oh, I'm like, well, now you got to wait because I can't tell you. But had I not been part of this and I just saw that text come in, I would have been so confused. We really don't know on our end because we were, you know, you do a Google form and you can select who gets a copy of it. We just got the first and we had to open it up to look at the email. So at the end of the day, we don't know how many people actually got it, how many people understood what exactly is being proposed. I forgot what they called it, and I got it in Spanish because I guess my account is set up in Spanish. But it was, now I have to go back and find it because the wording of it was not what I would have expected to see for this kind of development. Everything that I saw on social media that was paid by the developer was also misleading, and that is something that I know I have brought up several times. When developers are going to do their marketing and sending things out, I want 100% full transparency. I do not appreciate gaslighting or switching or phishing, what is it called, where you clickbait somebody. I don't. I know that I have said several times, 100% full transparency. And I don't feel like I got that. And I only know that because we were getting a million emails from supporters. And then I got the text and I was like, wait, this is so different. Oh, here it goes. And it was a Carlos that sent it to me. So it's in Spanish. This is what it says. I'm going to translate. Hi, I'm Carlos from Protect Neighborhoods. Proud to support Harvest Landing. On the 17th of December, the Planning Commission is going to decide over a project that can transform our community. More than 12,000 jobs, permanent jobs, and construction. Not breaking it down, 6,000 permanent, a certain amount of, as it's getting built, 60 acres of stores and restaurants, parks, art, and community spaces, a packaging center without warehouses, $90 million in improvements to the infrastructure, all without using the money of your taxes. Together, we can bring more opportunities and pride to Paris. Respond yes, and it just, for more information, you click on it. When you click on that, it just says, tell the city, I support Harvest Landing, more than 12,000 jobs that are permanent and construction. a destination place to go eat and shopping, a park, and logistics of high level. That's the only place where it says logistics, and it doesn't say warehouse or industrial. It doesn't say that it's a plant. And you fill out your information. You don't have a warehouse. You have a parcel hub. That it doesn't say parcel hub either. Oh, yeah. Okay. So I am very concerned that, like, the wording was a little bit misleading. This is what was being sent via text to our community members. When it says more information, so it's just a little bit concerning that this was how we gathered support. But on the other hand, it's beautiful development. It's development that's needed. So that is where the conflicts come from. It's just the relocating of the school. It's the marketing. So just trying to look at all that information and come to a decision is really difficult to be up here. We're listening to the community. Amazing to be able to build something within your city. I wish it was more permanent jobs. So it's just extremely conflicting because it is benefiting one part of our community, but we're also displacing a bunch of students and staff members from a school. So it's just very conflicting to be here and trying to come to one decision based on the information we have.
The component that I do like of this project is definitely the commercial aspect of it. Somewhat of the park, however, hopefully the park is extravagant and as we're kind of looking at and proposed in the rendering, so hopefully it's not a bait and switch type thing. And I think us on the Planning Commission have, we've learned a lot that sometimes developers do the bait and switch or give us the golden carrot in front of us and then build what they want and then shove other things down our throat. And I myself I'm tired of it, and I don't want it to continue to go that way. I do like the fact that they increased the radius of notifications because in this general vicinity, there's not a huge amount of residential communities in front of it, except for the east side of Paris Boulevard. And now the Charlie area apartments, but there's not very much residential community. Most of it's commercial or vacant land in this area. So I'm glad for the fact that it went 1,000 feet. The architecture's fine. Of course, it's good for the shopping center. I somewhat would hope that the shopping center was a little bit closer to Placentia, so the or out of town people wouldn't have to come so far into Paris to go shopping at such a nice facility. So, and especially Sam's Clubs as well. I mean, Sam's Clubs itself will bring in so much traffic for us. And it's unfortunate they have to come so far into Paris to get to the facility. And one positive thing is that it actually in the condition of approval that light industrial cannot be added as a component to the other phases. The school site, I wish I tried to get a little bit more information from the school district, but he's just siding with us. whatever we decide to do. And I was hoping that I can get a little bit of insight from him to see what the future plans of the school district is. So that's one thing that, it's something I guess we got to make a decision on. And it's has several hundred students there that we have to do, and there's other schools, other residentials there that now they themselves have to be relocated to go another school. And my community itself, I'm on the south side of Paris, and going to my kids or my wife and I, my wife had to drive 7 miles one way to go to school, and then go 7 miles one way and back, or 14 miles round trip to go to school and pick up my kids every day of the week. So I'm hoping that doesn't really have to occur here in the same scenario. Fortunately, there's schools closer, quarter mile or so in several directions. So it's not as impactful of what I had to do, but I definitely hate to see that they have to travel further to get to a site, and then the other maybe, so that's a tough decision myself. And then I do like that we have a chance for sit-down restaurants, which is awesome, and the variety that's there. So I think the commercial component is nicely designed and nicely thought of to be able to get us those components.
I guess I'm last. I'm not going to be long, other than I was part of the original group, and I still have the original plans, and I was gung-ho for that one. It had 860 residential units. The problem was they had warehouses back then. Warehouses did not have the negative stuff that it does now. I can tell you back then, the city council would have said yes immediately in that year, without even exception. So I just know because I'm the only one that was here at that time. So I can tell you the whole mindset has changed on that. And obviously it wasn't so much that you had to do it, it's getting it past us. So warehouses in that area makes no sense whatsoever. And my only thing with this one, I think in terms of 5 stars, it's a 5-star project. You do not have development like this anywhere else. It's not going to be proposed anywhere else unless you get south of Ethernac, and they've done nothing. And you go down to San Jacinto, and I have ideas, but I can't tell you because I'm a planning commissioner. But I can say this is probably your prime spot in the city. The only thing I have a problem with, and that's the school thing is a negotiated thing. I think one of the things you have to look at before I get specific, these future phases, obviously they'd have to come before us with DPR review, so we're not just blanketing anything. You have to come before us for each one of these, so do not worry about that. It's just like the previous project, they have to come before us. If you don't like it, you throw it in the trash. So you have to always think they have to come before us. Future Phase 1 MBU, Future Phase 2 MBU. I would rather have had this thing move closer to the frontier as opposed to where it's at. It would have been better, but then you'd have to figure out, and then you'd be across from the park. It would have been better to do that. I still would suggest you do that. Okay, if that moved west, you're not worried about things. It's having it there is kind of centralized. There is a FedEx on Harville, but it's the county side because my wife drives by it every day. So there is a FedEx thing. Can't say it's in the air. There is a FedEx, and they took over from something. It's not large. Your trucks drive, not even an issue. So get away from that one. This is larger than anything I've ever seen. So this is a major one. That one is just right there in Harville. You drive, you see the trucks drive. You don't even notice them. But that's small compared to this. But I would have rather moved over to Phase 1 near Frontage Road. Think about it. This is something that could be still an MBU, but that would have to be creative. Then you can talk about commercial things. But that's my personal thing. I think ultimately, I'm going to say this, that originally I liked the idea of the lake, and I really don't like the idea of the lake not being there. Harveston is my number one place to go. And Harveston's problem is they don't have commercial. It's beautiful. They didn't put commercial in. That's why it's a problem. That's the only reason it's a problem. But that lake sold the homes. I'm just telling you right now, they sold the homes. No lake. I was there when they were building this stuff in 2005. None of you where I was. Okay, so I stood there and watched them doing it. I said, you're going to have homes that are going to, boom, all these sales because the lake was there. Whatever reason we took out the lake, you took out that one calming effect that you get when you hit a lake. So obviously, whether it's EDMWD or whoever, they don't want birds flying. Whatever that issue, that got taken out. So obviously, he had to redirect this there because Barrett or Barnett, Barrett Avenue was going to stop at the lake, believe it or not. That was the original plans. I signed off on it. But it never got built because the economy went shh. So nothing got built at that time. You didn't expect it. But anyway, one of the reasons why also, too, you see this housing there, that was going to be cut because of the Mid-County Parkway was going to cut into that, too, to the north. Most don't know that out there. But the Mid-County, which is never going to happen, in my opinion, but the Mid-County was going to go right there, and that was going to take off all those homes to the top, and that would have killed half of this project there. But since that's not going to happen, sue me if it does. Okay. Now you have residential, because the only thing that tells me is residential. You got to have residential in this proposal. The school thing is something between the school and developer. That's a staff. That's a whole other thing. Can't control it. But residential across from the school makes sense. What would go next to it would all be determined based upon what that school would do. So if that school's there, and if you talk about, Kaiser's not going to come to the hospital, you're talking about medical offices, things of that nature. So that's not as much traffic, or VMTs, as you'd like, would not be there if you just have offices. If you had a real you can't put it, it's just too much traffic. Kaiser's not going to come there anyway. But it's be more medical offices. Then how would that relate to being next to schools? And it depends on what they would propose. But I'm saying you would have to come back with each one of these things to get approved through us. So it's not like a blanket approval. But it would be something that if this were approved, you'd have to go, what is going to come here? And you'd have to determine, okay, that doesn't make sense, just like the other project. Was to come back with a hotel, come back with a plan come back with a plan for a medical office, come back with a plan. So that kind of takes away some of the pain of not being, they're just blanket approval of things. You're not worried, they still have to come back to this commission. Even with this, that's, But if the housing is a thing where you're probably not going to see much of that because it pretty much gets approved no matter what. But that's my thing. Overall, this is proposal is you probably listened to us because you went to the community, whatever way you talk about. And I think the marketing thing is more of a city strategy and a city discussion they probably need to do. But they actually did get actual tenants signed on or potentially to sign on names that we would never have in the past. Because I never thought Sprouts would ever come here, I'm telling you. But healthy foods, jobs that pay money, that's where you get your medical offices. Those are the ones that pay money, No car wash in this one, I'm shocked. Okay, but yeah, I know. Please, But the idea is, no, we're not taking any car wash. But the idea is that overall, I can live with it for the most part. Fences around this building one is going to have to be screened to the maximum. It's supposed to be 8-foot berm, yes, a berm of flowers and things, that's maximum. You don't even want to see anything in there if we decide to approve it. Same thing going on the back of those A, B, C, D buildings. And nobody wants to see the back of that walking around that area, a park. Nobody does. You wouldn't do that anywhere else. Why do it here? So that's my only really questions. I think they covered pretty much. I'm not going to believe in that, but they kind of covered pretty much everything I was talking about. I think, the only positive, well, there's a lot of positive stuff. I mean, there's some names here. It's unbelievable. If we can guarantee that in development agreement, because development agreements are contracts. And so now you're saying it, I don't trust what anybody says. Put it in writing. Okay, we've had enough of that. Okay, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. We've heard that. I've heard that too long. And I'm not going to name the developer that does that. I can name them. But the idea is that we just want to make sure that, we're going to say we're going to do it, we're going to put it in writing. and there'll be no warehouses. So without the warehouses, I'm a little less mean-spirited, but still, you know, those MBUs we need to look at, and we need to determine if we decide we want to go that route, then we can decide what goes in there. But that's a separate issue for each one of those. And not just blanket whatever you want to do. That's to nobody. We're not saying that for anybody, but yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'm done. So I really appreciate the patience out there. I know it's long, but this is probably one of the biggest projects. Nothing. Prior to that, before I get on this, it was the Paris Plaza, where the theater came in, and don't blame me, I wasn't here. So I had nothing to do with the architecture, none of that. But this is the biggest project, so that's why we're being more detailed, and that's why we're going longer than we normally do. There's no question, this is it. This is the center. This is what you see when you come. This will really be that sense of place. This is a technical term, and for Paris, this would be it. So we got to be very careful to make sure if they say they're going to do it, infrastructure, all that, we got to make sure do it. Those things they said they're going to do for the city, community benefit, you're going to put those in writing and make sure that's part of the development agreement if we decide we want to do that. Okay? So that's for me. Not a whole lot else I could say, and I don't want to say it's already enough, but our group here just has to, look at the overall picture, look at what they're presenting, and you make decisions based upon that and what's in front of us. These are futuristic. It'll all be nice if we all did it at once, but it's not going to happen. But this, I think it'd be nice if they did. That's up to the school. They weren't going to commit, and they're not going to commit tonight. But if they do, there's housing right across the street. If they don't, then what goes here? And that's a decision for us, not for them. It's a decision, what do you want there? Yeah. Okay.
So, Patricia, just to make sure, and if this gets approved, I would like to make sure that the exclusion of industrial is actually on a numbered exclusion and not just in the description.
Sure, we can go ahead and do that.
I know the letter said that, but is that one of the COAs or one of the?
Yeah,
because I don't
we
think-
can add it as a condition of approval for planning, under planning.
And we said we were also going to add the only one of these parcel hubs type of locations. It's just unfortunate that that parcel hub is in the middle. Would have been a perfect location to kind of streamline, like if there was hotels or business parks, to have a fully walkable community there. And I really feel like that parcel hub kind of cuts it from every angle. It's like that is a center point for this development, and that not fully walkable if they were to have a hotel there to walk to have dinner with your family or
Move it to
movie theater.
move it to the west over there as a consideration, and then you could talk about things in the center. I think, and I'm gonna let it go. I almost forgot. There was supposed to be a connectivity from the residential to this portion, but I don't know how you would do that. You'd have to walk across Orange, so you'd have to. I'm not sure how engineering you would do that to make a walkable place from the park and from low residential and all that over to this. To this. You're gonna or make that one of those intersections that triangle, like an X. Yeah. Diagonal intersection there at Barrett and Orange. That would be a good.
So, just for any type of crosswalks across Orange and Barrett there, we would have the signalized intersection at that location and, have that marked crosswalk, controlled crosswalk with the signal.
What about those ones that you do diagonal with the X?
No.
That could be
those are
considered,
terrible.
but that's more so with high pedestrian,
I know.
beach areas.
I'm pulling at straws here.
Right. But that could be considered.
Okay.
I have a few conditions I had to speak into record here. I was looking for the best time, and they're all minor in nature, but I'm looking at the specific plan amendment portion of the engineering conditions, and as mentioned before, all the industrial would be revised to say parcel hub. And then on condition number 4, trying to find it really quick.
That's the one we talked about. Oh, gosh.
405.
Okay.
405?
That's on page 5. It should state the northerly parkway. So instead of the southerly parkway, the northerly. And then a few other ones, 4R and then 4U. They have language in there regarding the school site, whether or not it's going to be relocated. So the language we have in there is if the school remains, that portion, because we're not going to, move the school, move the parking lot, that portion of Indian and Water Avenue is a little cul-de-sac on the south side of the school there. Those would remain in place, basically current configuration. Once the school, if the school gets relocated, then that portion of Indian Avenue would have to be widened to match everything to the south. But that would come with a future development as part of Phase 2. And then Water Avenue would be vacated because that cul-de-sac would not be needed anymore. The condition is worded in a way that's not quite clear. So I could work on some language, we could work on some language to make it more concise, stating that if the school gets relocated, it's going to revert to condition 4Q, which states Indian Avenue needs to be widened to the wider portion so it's consistent. So just want to speak that into record. And then last one, condition number 9 is mentioning about the EMWD well sites. So EMWD and the developer have been coordinating constantly to try to get some conditions for us to put into our engineering conditions. They still have some minor tweaks that they're working out. So it's about as far as, how they're going to acquire it. And they're working out between the two of them. And we're just, us with the engineering, city staff, we're just kind of the middleman and just trying to put it into our conditions. So we're still waiting on that final condition from them. And then once it gets worked out prior to the next hearing, we would have that condition in here. So just want to speak that into record.
You made me think of something, Brad. And I don't know if it's at this point or under Phase 2, that if the school does relocate, that second school, the school where they would move to, needs to be fully completed before they develop that Phase 2, or at least that northern part where the school is at, where that
On this site plan here, the northern portion?
on the site plan, like, I don't know if that's something that we include now or when we're approving that section, is that school has to be built?
It's
before?
not clarified, but the developer seems to be nodding their head. That's what they're going to do. So
So we can put it in there as a,
yeah, I
condition.
think so. Or you can put in the DA. Just the DA. It's a stronger language. So
okay. Well, anywhere you could put that, just so that that school is built before we start developing there. Okay.
And to clarify, that would be for the offsites at the new school location,
Yes,
to be to ultimate, yeah.
to be move-in ready before we start.
Okay. So as Kenneth mentioned, we could either put in the DA and the conditions for engineering or both. So we'll work together on that. Good point.
Especially DA. It's a contract. Okay.
And I have one last one as well. The 14-foot-high walls around the parcel hub should have telescope and landscape.
I believe that's already included, Commissioner Shively.
8-foot berm, right? It's supposed to be in front? Okay.
Chair Hammond, I had a couple of things as well while we're at it.
Sure, join the party. Why not?
All right. For the resolution, is it 2531 recommending the project approval? For resolution 2531, the tentative parcel map findings have a few references to the size of the parcel hub being 322,000, which was from the project. Those need to be corrected to the 391,000 number for alternative 4. under the no net loss findings pursuant to Government Code Section
Yeah, that's what
65863.
I read.
Subsection D is erroneous because it was drafted, it's from a prior draft when it was anticipated that there may have been a shortfall, but now, as drafted, subsections A through C demonstrate that there is no shortfall, and so subsection D is not needed. That can be deleted, or it can be revised to just state that there is no shortfall, and therefore no additional sites need to be identified via a housing element amendment. And I wanted to also mention there's an erroneous reference in the specific plan, section 1.0-2, to deletion. It says that one of the purposes of the specific plan amendment is to eliminate residential land use designations, which is not the case. There's no elimination of residential land use designations, so we'll update that. And just the modifications to the specific plan to reflect alternative 4, which is already covered in the resolution. And just planning condition number 77, there's a notice that needs to be attached that's referenced. It's an ALUC condition that references a notice that was intended to be attached as Exhibit A. It was in the ALUC conditions. It hasn't been brought over into the planning conditions, so that notice will be added. And you mentioned the change to Planning Commission for the development plan review in the specific plan. And the max 1 parcel hub and MBU zones. I think that's it for me.
And then there was a 54D referring to graffiti number 58, and graffiti was number 67. So just updating those numbers.
Okay. And I know you're not expecting me to repeat that, do you?
All of it.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Do we have all that, guys? Because there's a lot of writing. Patricia writes very well. So. Yeah. Don't count on me writing. I'm terrible. Okay.
Yeah, we wrote it.
Yeah, okay.
Been taking copious notes.
Yeah.
We have that all.
Yeah, it's recorded too. That's
So we, what I have that hasn't been mentioned is that the planning conditions, we're going to look for removal of any mention of warehouses or distribution center. Let's see. We're going to make the correction to condition number 39 regarding the school district. Also, there is, it wasn't mentioned, but I just caught, condition number 49 makes reference to the Paris Valley Commerce Center. That should be the Harvest Landing specific plan. Also, revision to condition number 54, D, regarding fence and wall plans for graffiti. It has the incorrect reference to condition number 58. It should be 67. And Ben already made the correction to the specific plan section 7.2.2 to change the DPR approval authority to the planning commission approval and requiring a public hearing. And that's all I have.
And our attorney added some.
Were we going to add working with the big box to enhance elevations?
Yes, for the
For the big box, the
big box
larger
retailer, which we know
commercial?
to be Sam's Club now. Yes.
Okay, yes.
Okay. Okay. That should, I can't think of anything else. Okay. I'm not going to reread this, the whole thing, but essentially, the The requested action has been stated. Do I need to read all of that?
No.
No, but just clarifying that it's the two resolutions, 25-30 and 25-31 with
Okay.
those changes.
Okay. Adopt Resolution 25-30 recommend that the City Council certify environmental impact report for Harvest Landing and identify alternative 4 as the preferred development. Adopt mitigation monitoring, program findings of fact, and it's important, a statement of overriding considerations. And adopt Resolution 25-31, approving the comprehensive amendment to the Harvest Landing specific plan and related development applications for alternative 4 project. And I'm not going to run through all those. I think it's listed on the screen. We'll be here all night. So, and the amendments that's so stated, and would be put into the record if we so choose. And I know I didn't forget something. There we go. That's all I can think of. Okay. So we had several amendments. Okay. Okay, at this time, and thank you, Sophie, for the job that you did. At this time, we're proposing, if anyone, knowing this, what's before us, it's a matter of who would like this. The Staff Planning Commission recommend to the City Council. So, to make a motion to the affirmative, who would like to make a motion for that? With the 25 amendments or so that we have.
I would like to make a motion to recommend denial of this project based on 5 findings that I have. Finding number 1, it's inconsistent with the general plan. Number 2, inconsistent with the Harvest Landing specific plan. Number 3, there's an inadequate definition of parcel hub. Number 4, parcel hub is incompatible with the surrounding uses. And last, there's no clear plan or purpose to annex 16.2 acres.
Well, it's been a motion, and if someone is going to agree with it, there had to be a second. Not.
Is there a second? Okay, motion fails for lack of a second.
Does anyone present a new motion?
They need a new motion. Come on, guys, we don't have one.
I'll make a motion for approval of the project as stated.
Is there a second? No second?
Would it be possible to have a motion somewhere in the middle where we reduce the size of the hub?
Yeah, you can ask for a friendly amendment.
Okay.
You can ask if the maker of the motion is amenable to a friendly amendment.
I'd actually would suggest reducing the size of the hub to the original size as an option,
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
322,000
From 3
from 395 to 322.
About 391,000.
To 322,000. So with that friendly amendment, is there a
Would
second?
it be possible to also reduce the size, the imprint, because it's 70 acres, the overall acreage size as well, or just the development size. I like the idea of going back to the 322,000, but would it be possible to also,
Yes, the original size acreage is smaller too, so if you reduce it to 322, the acreage will reflect the smaller.
do you know what it was, the acreage?
Let me
I know
look.
it was in here. I know it's a lot.
What do you? What's the parcel of the side here?
Commissioner Jimenez, the original parcel hub was 322,079 square feet on the 59.37 acres.
Can we make it an even 59 acres?
Yeah.
Count.
That's the original square footage acreage.
Are we missing Commissioner Shively? So should we take a pause or?
Want to get into nuance. We have to figure it out if that's.
All I'm saying is if you take square footage away from something.
John, the hearing's closed.
Sure, the hearing's closed. We would have to figure it out. So, but in theory, it could happen.
Oh, wait for Shively. It disappeared.
So, Commissioner Shively, did you accept the friendly amendment?
The reduction down to 322 and then 59 acres,
Correct.
I'm okay with that.
Okay, so with that, we have a motion and a second with that modification. So now we can have discussion. Or if there's no discussion, just go to a vote.
I just want to check in how you guys are
I
feeling.
mean, my thing is that they can no longer add warehouses to the site whatsoever. So that's my point is no more warehouses in that vicinity. That property, no more warehouses, and that's what's important to me. Unfortunately, the hub is the necessary evil to get the golden carrot.
Right, and that's, I think, too, because I'm conflicted that it's in the middle and breaking everything up, but then on the other side, if we do get business park around it and we get businesses, and that is what is visible from the freeway and not necessarily,
Yeah, and I would kind of agree with Commissioner Hammond where the location is. If we could push it towards the frontage road, it might be better suited for sure. As an option as well.
I would just quickly add a comment that by putting it towards the freeway, it becomes more visible.
yeah.
But if we leave it to MBU, we could put a hotel in front of their medical center. That
center,
would be even screen it
business,
further
right.
away. I just want to mention that, so.
That's where I'm conflicted, because I would like it further away so it's less centralized, but then that's what we see from the freeways. And I wanted to ask Commissioner Lopez what your other concerns were.
16 acres. I have a concern with that as well, but.
I do too, and I feel like if we put it into the DA that the other site has to be built before the final purchase, and I know I heard the district say that they have mitigation measures. Don't know if they're gonna implement them immediately. I'm sure they have a plan for when those get implemented. I don't know if this gets moved on to council, council approves, and it's an immediate, like, application of mitigation like those mitigation measures, or I don't know if they're gonna wait until the school is built, but of course, that's between,
But that decision to either move or stay is completely up to the district.
yes. But they did say that if this is approved as it is, they have mitigation measures.
Correct.
Because they'll be surrounded by business park and commercial and things of that nature.
And that's not our decision, and hopefully they
Yeah.
come up with a good resolution with the developer and get the school site and get the whole school built with very little cost
Pretty
to
quickly.
them. Yeah, quickly. And even with the school site, sometimes it's 2 years, 2.5, 3 years for them to even come up with the school site and develop it and design it. Get it through DSA, so it's a long process.
It's a long process. So I agree with you on that. What were the other ones?
The general plan inconsistent, Harvest Landing specific plan inconsistent, inadequate definition of parcel hub.
That, yes. The inadequate, like, not a real definition of parcel. I think with the inconsistencies is because it's ALUC, right? I think is one of the reasons we can't really have residential there. So I think that kind of limits us. So even if it's inconsistent with the plan, we still would not be able to move forward with the original plan because of ALUC.
And the hub is not 40 feet tall like a normal high cube warehouse is. It's only 29 feet tall.
Right, yes, it's, and the ground is like it slopes, so it's,
So for Commissioner Lopez, I know you have a concern about the vagueness of the definition of parcel hub. I think one thing we could do to address that is, it comes from the ITE, which is the Institute of Transportation Engineers trip manual. So it's Land Use Code 156, as described in that manual, and that gives a more precise description of that type of use. So we could incorporate that into
I
the
was just about
motion,
to say.
that the specific plan or whatever the relevant project documents are would refer to, because the transportation analysis already does, it already analyzes under Land Use Code 156. So we would include that as more into the definition of the term and like the specific plan and the development agreement.
Yeah, that would be great.
would you have the definition handy?
It's more of a description.
Description of it? Okay.
Yeah. And I don't know if maybe Brad.
Be an engineering, yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds like an engineering.
So I don't have it straight from the ITE, but from Google, it says a centralized logistics facility where parcels are sorted, processed, and routed to their next destination in the delivery network. So,
Okay.
I mean, again, like Ben was saying, we could put the ITE version in there, but that's kind of the summed up version of it.
But that's very close to the definition of industrial warehouse. That I think what we're trying to get to is the distinction between the two of them and try to really make it clear the separation of them. I think there should be an inclusion of the types of trucks that are being included or used and the type of operation limited to a certain percentage.
I think I know what you mean, and it's not to store long-term, it is really a processing where it comes in, sorted, sent out. I see what you're saying, it is not like we want to make sure it's not an industrial type setting or warehouse where they can store for long-term, or that's not where they're packaging, like an Amazon distribution center. But it really is just a hub where it comes in, sorted, out.
And I can offer a little bit more detail of a description. It's a specific type of industrial facility focused on regional/local sorting and distribution of time-sensitive goods, distinct from general warehouses, which is Land Use Code 150, or fulfillment centers, which is 155, and used by transportation planners for traffic impact analysis in the ITE trip generation manual.
I just don't like that it says industrial. It still says industrial. Can we reward it so it's not industrial, where we just specify the type of use that is used in there?
Industrial is just the more generic, like, residential, commercial, industrial, but doesn't
Yeah.
mean warehouse, but it's an industrial type of use.
Okay.
Maybe we can add that it's occupied by major carriers such as UPS, FedEx, and USPS.
Yes, yeah. I think if we specify that, then we prevent it being used for industrial purposes. My concern is long-term, because if it has that industrial term in there, there's going to lend itself to misinterpretation of the term. So I think if we do limit that and say
You could
it's
put in
only
terms
used-
like freight forwarding is a term that's used for that in relation to that, or last mile. I don't know.
I like the last mile.
I defer to staff.
Yeah.
Can we also include a limitation of Class 8 classification of vehicles?
I think those type of swimming facilities, they will have a variety of type. They would just generally have a lot of the vehicles are the transit vans, but I don't know if they do need a variety of type, because they're bringing the product there to do the last mile delivery. So I don't know if we can, well, I don't know. I would say that it would be hard to start defining it if we just don't have that, because this is one of the few that I am aware of in our region, so it's kind of hard to say, especially since they know the end user already, and I don't know the type of truck that they need. It's like all the variety of trucks that they need.
Got you.
I not to belabor it, to make it easy, use the word parcel hub, screw the word industrial. So it becomes ours. They need the word industrial. Use parcel hub, give a definition, which I would do as a city employee, and screw the rest of it. Okay? Parcel hub means this. Delivery, boom, done. Anyone can understand it walking off the street. Don't use
USPS,
industrial, don't
these
use
are
that.
the type of
Make
users.
it easy. These are the type of users. UPS, blah, 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 blah. It's called parcel hub, period. Make it easy. That's our definition for this particular project. I just made it easy for you.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, so you don't have to go through, no. Yeah. So future things happen, it's going to be possible.
And I think it's key, because we are the first of the type to have it
Yeah.
here. We are
So
kind of setting the
there
precedent
you
for
go.
other cities where there aren't a lot. And I feel like as time goes on, there's going to be more of them, and we're setting that
Exactly.
standard.
So you could ask the maker of the motion if he's willing to accept that as a friendly amendment as well as the seconder. So
Mr.
Commissioner
Maker
Shively and
Of the
Jimenez.
motion.
The nomenclature is okay with me. I'm good, parcel hub.
And Commissioner Jimenez as the seconder, you're good with that friendly amendment?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Notice the word friendly amendment. Okay.
Pasta.
Oh, you got, look at Vice Chair Shively and second by Commissioner Jimenez.
Commissioner Lopez,
No.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shively,
Yes.
Chair Hammond.
Yes.
With a vote of 3-1, this motion is approved.
You can continue or you can take a recess, whatever you want. Let's continue. Okay, go ahead.
I mean, it
If
just,
IT can still hear us, let's just kind of work through it. If it's too loud for IT, then we can take a recess. But I'm
we're
all
just waiting
for.
for the room to clear, so, and that's.
Go
the
ahead,
stuff.
whenever you're ready.
Okay. We did have item 7 public comments earlier, so that was moved earlier, so we will bypass that. No business items, unless you guys have business items. Okay, and we welcome you back, Commission. Commission updates and announcements. Let's make it really brief, guys. Okay.
This is the last meeting of 2025. Just want to say that we had one heck of a year. I'm proud of everybody here, proud of city staff, proud of all my fellow commissioners. We put in good effort this year, truly putting out the best possible projects that we can, vetting them to the best of our ability. And I'm just proud to be a part of this team. And I just wish everybody happy holidays. And I'm looking forward to what 2026 brings on the table.
Hello again. I ditched the party, but I'm back. Just to say, same thing. Last meeting of the year, I attended my first ever Christmas tree. No, I've been to Christmas tree lighting. I grew up here. No, the planning commissioners dinner, and it was wonderful. It was lovely. It was amazing. I had a blast. I was very late. But other than that, it was really wonderful. I want to wish everybody a safe and happy end of the year's holidays, and get some sleep. That's it for me.
I want to thank Ben, our attorney, and his firm for the holiday or season celebration dinner. I appreciate that for us. Much appreciated on that. Wish everybody a good Merry Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa, whatever you guys celebrate. And then have a safe New Year's Eve and a good start of the new year next year. Glad you're all here with me and taking the hits like everybody else. So I appreciate it. And thanks a lot, and see you guys in next year.
I also want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, whatever you celebrate, time with family, with friends, whoever your loved ones are. I love being part of a commission where we can have differing opinions, we can differ, we can disagree, but there's respect still, and we can understand the other's point of views and be validated. Last meeting of the year, and I think we had like the biggest project that we've had or we will have. And it was a very difficult decision. I want to thank staff for being so diligent, pushing for ad hocs, being patient, and really advocating for what our community wants. I just wish we could get developments where we don't have to sacrifice or take something that is undesirable or less desirable for something that is highly desirable and needed in our city. We had the parade. I was so happy that the horses were at the end. You know, at the Rose Parade, they have the rolling trash cans with the pooper scoopers. But the people that have marched in our parades do not bring their own pooper scoopers. So it's our city staff collecting the poo. So that was gonna be my suggestion. If you're gonna be in the middle, and let me tell you, the Rose Parade pooper scoopers, they do it like with flair. Like they're out there loving it and they're dancing, they're having a good time. And they have like the wheeling big trash cans. So I love that for the bands because they can't see, and it's been years of my daughters and their friends coming home with gross stuff on their shoes, and then they don't know until they stepped on it, and they're so deep, it goes to their socks. It's just nasty. So I'm glad the horses were at the end. But I will say, the band section of the planning was not very well planned. And I'm going to speak for my daughter's school, because Rancho Verde, they unloaded at Mercado Park. Then they have to march a few blocks over, and that's where the competition site is. Then they had to march the whole parade. They were supposed to switch out their drums, but the buses got moved past Mercado Park. a few blocks down. So then they had to march the whole parade with their parade drums, and those are heavy. And then at the end of the parade, they had to go all the way past Mercado Park to put their stuff away. So they couldn't participate. They usually go to the Battle of the Bands. They couldn't this year because they were out in Timbuktu by themselves. And other schools had the position. So I think just finding, if you know how many schools are going to be there, you know ahead of time how many bands are coming. You can ask how many buses, how many trucks, just a little bit more organization in that aspect, because that's a lot of walking. And if you have never marched a music instrument that is heavy and your arms are up for a good 20, 30 minutes, it's exhausting. And to have to go all the way back. So it's just, that was my concern with the parade, but I love that the horses were at the end. We had a wonderful planning commission dinner. It is so nice to get together with our staff and celebrate a wonderful year. So huge thank you to our staff for always taking care of us, for Ben taking care of us, being patient with us, getting to know us. So Brad, thank you for, helping us and talking us off the ledge when Monday both Jill and I were having meltdowns over traffic, where it takes me 40 minutes to get my daughter to school, where it only takes me 7 minutes normally. It was not a good morning. So thank you for talking us off the ledge. And it's a lot better now. It's still slower, but a lot better. It wasn't 40 minutes. I would have made her walk. And she would have been very unhappy with you. So wishing everybody happiest holiday season, hoping you all kick off the new year with wonderful, amazing opportunities, and 2026 will bring us even more amazing things.
Yes, thank you. A great time with the parade. I can't remember how many parades I've been in, but each time it's very well attended. So there's no question about Paris. And one of the good things, hopefully in the future, we won't have to go to Temecula, but we can have something in Paris, and we can really be proud of. So that's what I'm looking forward to, get some of these things going here. And I don't care, not Taco Bell. Don't give me that look, okay? I'm talking about serious restaurants we can sit down, and I really appreciate it. Thank you to our city attorney for help funding that. Of course, if what's under FEC guidelines, I better, because it's over $49. So we might be in trouble. Yeah, but it got that drilled in my head. I can't get it out. But anyway, everyone to have happy holidays, whatever you celebrate. And obviously, and actually Kwanzaa started at Long Beach State, and I was there at the time. I don't celebrate it, but I think I started while I was there. But anyway, shows how old I am, right? But looking forward to the new year. I'm going to leave it with Patricia. Patricia, we got to meet about that subject matter, right? Yeah, okay. So yes, of course. So I'm going to leave it with you. Thank you, Sylvia. I know we had a lot on your plate today. And thank you for the food, because I was starving. But anyway, turn it over to Patricia. I've got nothing else, but have a happy new year. Thank you for being so patient. I had to sit there and probably ate all the ice cream back there. Yeah, there's nothing left. And thank you, Mr. Brown. I know we put you on the dais today. Right? Okay, I turn it over to our director real quick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to say first, thank you so much for your hard work. We wouldn't be able to do this without you. 2025 was an exciting, fun year where we had a lot of fun projects to take through the process and hopefully see to fruition and in making this community a better place for the city of Paris. I look forward to a more exciting and amazing 2026. I do want to let you know that we do have a meeting on January 7th, unfortunately. We have a commercial development for a self-storage facility and a gas station with a car wash on Case, Getz, and Ellis. And we're also bringing back the resolution for the residential development that you recommended approval for on Ramona Expressway and Webster. And the commercial development between the I-215 and Webster on Ramona Expressway. So we're bringing that resolution as a consent item. And those are the only two things I have to report.
Thank you very much. Gee, that car wash number 29 or 30? Okay. She's 31. Jeez. Oh, my goodness. What are you going to do? And with that, I think we're going to adjourn real quick. You can just take the stuff home. Don't worry about it. I think there's something in the back there for us. Yeah. No, not envelopes with money. Don't look like that. Okay. But anyway, at that, we adjourn.
Wish you a happy birthday.
Huh?
Hold on. Let's bring it back. Happy birthday to our chair, Dwayne. Hoping you would have a wonderful, wonderful birthday.
Thank you. 29. No. Yeah, right. Yeah. Under oath. Okay, I'm at least 29. And with that, we adjourn. Again, pick a person, whoever you want to pick. Okay, it doesn't matter.